Hey guys, welcome back to Ahimsa Heals. So, as you can probably tell, this is definitely not my usual intro. I accidentally deleted the original one while getting videos ready to send over to my editor, so we're doing a little voiceover moment today instead. Very on brand for a reading about loops. Apparently, mine is deleting files I wasn't supposed to. Today's reading is What's Keeping You Stuck in the Same Loop. This is for anyone who feels like they keep ending back up in the same emotional cycle, relationship dynamic, fear, self sabotaging pattern, or version of themselves they thought they'd already outgrown. We're going to look at the loop you keep getting pulled back into, what keeps it going, and why a part of you may stay in it. And when this pattern starts to shift, how that shifts changes for you, and final messages from Source, your higher self, and whatever else wants to come through. As always, this is a general reading, so take what resonates and leave what doesn't. I am a very blunt, straightforward reader, and I read with absolutely no filter. Not to scare you, but because I respect you too much to sugarcoat what's coming through. There may be some heavier emotions or realizations, so use your discernment, pause when needed, and grab something to take notes with because my readings are usually lengthy and layered. Before choosing your pile, my love, make sure you're choosing from a grounded, centered place. Please have no absolutely anxiety or urgency. So make sure you take a couple deep breaths, soften your body. Come back to wherever your center might be today and ask yourself, what is keeping me stuck in the same loop? Trying to connect to that inner world of yours. Continuing to do this cycle of breathing, softening your body, asking yourself that question for as many times until you feel comfortable to open your eyes if they're closed. You can let your intuition guide you toward the crystal or pile you feel most drawn towards. And once you have your pile, head to your timestamp, and we are going to move into it together. All right, loves? And don't forget, we have the pile preparation portion videos as well if you guys want to see the raw, unedited process that I move through when preparing each of the piles, too, okay? So, regardless of where you end up going, I will meet you there, loves, okay? Let's get into this now. Hello, my beautiful pile number ones. Welcome to the preparation or the pile preparation portion, the portion of preparing your readings, I guess, portion of this video and for your reading today, where we're going to be just kind of gathering all the cards and getting everything nice and prepared so we can just dive right into your reading. So if you don't feel called to stay here for long, just feel free to go down to the timestamps below in the description box, and you can just look on the time thingy, the line on the screen, and just click it to the actual portion of your reading, which is oh my god, my words are so weird today, which is going to be right after this portion, okay? This is going to be the completely raw and unedited organic pile preparation portion, okay? So that means we're going to be here for a while and you're going to get to see how I get everything ready for everything that we're going to be diving into in your reading today, okay? So I'm just going to get all the decks out for the first section that we're going to be diving into and exploring within your reading today, which is the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into, because we need to identify that first. So also, guys, please let me know if this is ever something you want to know more of or me to share in the description box. I just never have done it because no one's ever asked. Let me know if you ever want me to share like the pile of the decks that I use in my readings, okay? I can always share them in the description box below. All right, so let us just dive right into this, right? Because we got a lot of decks to go through today, as we usually do. All right, so what is the loop or pattern that pile number one keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop or pattern that pile number one keeps getting pulled back into? What's the loop / pattern that pile number one keeps getting pulled back into? Okay. Back of the deck does want to come through. So we have the champion achievement and downfall, two very different energies. So that's something we're going to place on the side. We're going to explore these things in the reading itself. All right, let's do my essential oils deck. What is the loop / pattern that pile number one keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number one keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into. All right, we got 2 cards coming out. No back of the deck energy wants to come through here. All right, next up. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? Okay, so we have 1 card coming out. Back of the deck does want to come through. Separation and longing. All right. Now my archetypal deck. This one's always so hard to shuffle because it's such a fat deck. Okay. So what is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? One more shuffle. All right. Oop. Now, for the last deck, we're going to be taking reversals because this is my Intuit Tarot deck, so there's reversals here. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? Ooh, sorry, I'm not used to the cloth. Okay. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 1 keeps getting pulled back into? Honestly, I thought that we were going to get a card from each of the piles, decks, in this first section, but you guys didn't receive any tarot. But the back of the deck does want to come through, which is the Ace of Swords upright. Okay, so that's definitely something we're going to have to keep in mind. Oh, wow. Okay, there's 2 sword. Okay, I'm getting too into this too quick, and I need to calm down because we have a lot of cards to shuffle and get ready. And I know this is the organic one, and I know you guys don't want to hear me talking and talking and talking. All right, that's for the reading part. So, yes, we have the first section here nice and set up. Now let us get the cards out for the second section where we're going to be exploring 2 different questions. What keeps this loop going for you? Like, what is fueling it? What's feeding it? And then why you stay in it. Why are you staying in this loop? So we're getting all these cards out. There is such a massive fire in my candle going on right now. I know you guys can't see it. Maybe if I zoom out, you guys can. Look at that. Wabam. The power. Crazy. Okay. So we got these 3 decks, and then we're also using my Chakra Wisdom Tarot deck here. So, what's keeping this loop going for pile number 1? What's keeping this loop going for pile number 1, regardless of when this reading finds them? What's keeping this loop going for pile number 1? Okay, so because I didn't get any cards for that first question, I'm gonna reshuffle this deck and I'm gonna ask the second question, okay? Why does pile number two stay pile number two, pile number one? Wow. Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Why does pile number one stay in this loop? All right, so no cards wanted to come out of the shadow work deck, but back of the deck does want to come through with stagnation, okay? Again, just something to keep in mind. Let's keep going. What keeps this loop going for pile number one? What keeps this loop going for pile number one? What keeps this loop going for pile number one? Oh, okay. So we have prayer. Interesting. Back of the deck here is victim. That's so interesting because I had this thought come through when I peek my eyes sometimes when I'm shuffling to make sure cards aren't just falling out of my hands because I'll accident, like if I have my eyes closed for too long while I shuffle, my hand starts to dip. So then the cards will just fall out like bleh. And I don't want that to happen because I want everything to be source led. You know what I mean? So what's interesting is like when I peeked at this card and I saw that that's the card that came out, I had this idea, this story kind of form in my head. And I don't know if this is me coming up with it or if it was a download. You know what I mean? But I started kind of like second guessing it, and I normally don't do that. So there's this interesting energy coming through of like a lot of self-doubt here within this pile. And with the victim being the back of the deck energy, I'm very intrigued. I'm very interested to see where this is going to take us, but I already see like a big theme, like a thread getting traveled through within all these things. Wow. This is a real fire. Okay. Look at this thing, guys. The fire is crazy. This was a candle that I made. It was like soy wax years ago. And I hate wasting things. So I always like, if I have leftover wax, I will pour it back into something else and then try to remake the candle, which I did here. And then there was like a tiny candle that I put inside that candle because the wick was like broken in there, but I didn't want to waste the wax in there. And then now I just made this. So I don't really know what's going on, but there's like power here, right? Woo! Okay, let's keep going. What keeps this loop going for pile number one? What keeps this loop going for pile number one? Okay, I'm gonna ask the second question because nothing came out. Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Oh, allow the card to fall out, source, if it's meant for them. Why does pile number one stay in this loop? Okay, so we have one card coming out. Back of the deck also wants to come through. We have man. This is my Malefique Lenormand deck. Okay, and now this is where we use the tarot. Okay, bear also wants to peek through. Interesting. Okay. So this is where I'm honestly going to shuffle a little bit of cards for each of the questions just because I wasn't planning on doing it this way, but I think this is the way source wants me to do it. Okay. So what keeps this loop going for pile number one? What keeps this loop going for pile number one? Oh, wow. Okay. So we have a lot of cards that just fell out. Beautiful. For what keeps this loop going. Back of the deck here is the Eight of Cups with the Three of Pentacles. Okay, let's keep going. So this is the first question. The second question. Why does pile number 1 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 1 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 1 stay in this loop? One more shuffle. Okay. Last back of the deck energy here is the King of Pentacles. Okay. For why you stay in this loop, like this is your energy. There's this idea here of like stubbornness as well. Aggressive stubbornness, very aggressive. And the way that these cards landed, there's influential energy here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just fixing my hair. What keeps this loop going and why you stay in it, right? Beautiful. All right, so let me just place these to the side. And then for the third section, this is where things are going to get a little bit complex in the reading itself, because we got some booklets to explore these in case we have to, in case we want more meaning. And we're also using my Angel Answers deck, which is very damaged by water. I spilled water on it. I know, I'm terrible. It was my only deck that I've ever damaged. Okay, guys, so don't come at me too hard because I have a lot of decks. But, you know, I still love it. And I think it's imperfectly perfect in its own way. And I don't need to buy a new one just for the sake of aesthetic. So, you know, we're still going to use it because it's sacred and special. This is for the third section. So 2 questions again we're going to be exploring. The first one, when this pattern starts to shift, we're going to be using this deck for that. And also, I'm trying to figure out, we're using all these cards for this first question. And then I have another set of cards for the second question. There we go. I remember now. And then we also have an additional tarot deck that I'm going to keep on the side whenever I want to get like clarifiers as we explore, but that's going to happen in the reading itself. Okay. So I'm going to keep that to the side whenever we need it. All right. So when does this pattern start to shift for pile number 1? When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 1? Allow the card to fall out, source. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 1? Okay, nothing else wanted to come out. Back of the deck here says within the next few weeks. Okay, something to keep in mind. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 1? Oh my gosh. So, source. Okay, honestly, I'm just going to take them all. I think there's a reason for it. We're going to listen to that gut feeling. Let's see. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 1? In reference to the loop that they're stuck in, what's keeping them stuck in the same loop? When does this pattern start to shift for, oh my God, for pile number 1? There's hectic energy here, just like this fire. All right, so we got 1 Wisdom of the Oracle card. Beautiful. So this is for the first set of cards. I'm going to keep this sideways because I believe there's a reason for it. All right. And then for the next question, the final question before we go into your final messages from source and or your higher self, let's see how it changes. How does this change for you? And the fire has just burnt out. It feels like I just did a whole invocation energy for like your guides. So it feels like really like I feel honored and like it's a sacred thing right now. Okay, so How does this pattern change? How does this change for pile number 1? How does this change for pile number 1? Okay, one more shuffle. How does this change for pile number 1? Okay. We got 2 cards coming out on this half of the tea leaves. So now the second half, let's shuffle. How does this change? How does it change for pile number 1? How does this pattern / loop change for pile number 1? One more shuffle. How does this loop / pattern change for pile number 1? Okay. So we have a couple cards that came out here. Okay. And then my keywords deck. Ooh, my hair. Sorry about all the shadows. I have been trying to figure out how to get the perfect lighting, but it's hard, you know? I have 2 expensive lights. What more do I need? But I guess I need more than that, you know? So it's also a gloomy, rainy day today while I'm filming this. So there could also be that, because I usually like to use natural light on top of this stuff. So how does this pattern / loop change for pile number 1? Okay. Do we take all? Honestly, yeah. I feel like we take all. Okay. And then we have one more deck here. My fortune telling deck. How does this pattern / loop change for pile number 1? How does it change? Like specifically, how does it change for pile number 1? Okay, we got 1 card. Back of the deck wants to come through here. We have false person. Again, something to keep in mind. All right, so we got all the cards set up for that final question, and now we're going to be getting out cards for your final messages from source as well as your higher self if they want to come through. We're not, well, okay, here's the thing. I'm not planning or expecting to get cards from all these decks. If we do, great, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I just felt called to use all these decks for this reading today. This is my animal medicine cards, my angel numbers guidance deck, and then my healing light oracle deck, where it gives you like affirmations and stuff. And then we're also going to be shuffling 3 other decks that have to do with like prompts and like personal exercises, things that you can do to help with practical application of like releasing this pattern. Depending on which decks or cards are meant to come out for you, we're going to also shuffle those as well. They could also be exercises to help you build resilience. It's really a matter of what source believes is meant for you, okay? And that's how we're going to do this. So, are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? That was quick. You sure? All right. We got 1 animal medicine card. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? Okay. There's 3 numbers coming through. And then we have my healing light oracle deck. Are there any cards in here meant for pile? Did I say 2 or 1? I feel like I've been saying 2 and 1 and I've been mixing it up and I don't know why. So maybe that's if there's anyone that's listening at this point of the video, then perhaps that's a sign or confirmation that you are meant to listen to both pile number 1 and pile number 2. Okay, that's just something to keep in mind because I keep making that mess up so consistently, and like I don't normally do that in my readings. So, are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? All right. Ew, my voice cracked. And then for any exercises, are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1 to walk away with after this reading is complete? Okay, so nothing in this deck. We'll keep going. We have 2 more. Are there any cards that are meant for pile number 1 to walk away with in this deck after this reading is complete? Are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 1? One more shuffle. Okay, so nothing here. This is the last deck. Are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? 2 more shuffles. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? One more shuffle. Are there any cards? Ooh, sorry, messing up. And let me restart that one more time. Okay. Are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Okay. So we have 1. I swear I thought I felt... Oh, there we go. It's under the table. Beautiful. 2 different categories of journaling prompts. Interesting. So there you have it, my loves. We have all the cards set up for your reading. Wow, you have a lot of final messages as well. So it's always beautiful to see that. So with that being said, since we are all set up to get started, I really very much look forward to diving into this reading with you, okay? So whenever you're ready, I'm going to meet you there, okay? Let's get started. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the emerald, I had to check, then you already know that this reading is 100% for you in reference to what's keeping you stuck in the same loop, okay? Honestly, I feel like the pile 1 preparation portion for your reading was definitely worth the watch because we had some mega fire going on. If you guys came from that, I'm going to give you guys an update. The glass that was holding my candle, like wax, broke. And I had a clear quartz bracelet on there and it broke because I guess it was so hot. And I didn't realize what was going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know this stuff, okay? So, I was like, no, because I use that bracelet. I use my bracelets for not only adding more energy to channel for you guys, but also for myself, like when I go out and trying to protect my energy and then do readings locally. So I was just like, okay, great. But at the same time, I saw it as a blessing because I was able to bring a couple beads and put them in different areas for offerings and stuff. And like I have a bead into like 2 beads in here as well where I burn my sage and my Palo Santo and stuff like that. So it feels kind of like there's bittersweetness here. But another thing that came through was I was hearing an influx of information. And I thought that was really interesting because you guys, when we were preparing your pile, there was a lot of like repetition with certain images, symbols, that kept coming through within different piles and especially in different sections. It felt like there was a thread that was being like woven in throughout the entirety of all the things that we're going to be exploring today. So I am very excited to dive into it all. And when it comes to your significator card that aided you in selecting this pile before we dive right into all of this, it's interesting, you know, emerald, when I think of it off the top of my head, like before we even read here, emerald is associated with the heart chakra. So there's something here about potentially love. This could be like a loop or a cycle or pattern that you're stuck in that is like on the physical sense, and maybe it has to do with other people in your life or your love life in general. Like it could be a romantic situation or it could be a familial situation. I'm just seeing like love, like with the theme of love. But another thing that's also coming through is this idea of like an awakening, because I really felt like when my clear quartz bracelet like exploded basically into a bunch of different beads, I was like, no, but then I also felt like this calmness energy to me of like influx of information, like everything just pew. And the fire that was burning in my candle was also pew. So when we were preparing your pile, so there's this energy of influx of information, and I don't know what that means. We're gonna obviously like see what it means as we continue to unravel your reading itself. But when we think about emerald, we think about like awakening in terms of like people use or grab emerald when they're trying to be more honest with themselves, more true to themselves. And that's what I mean by honest, like not by like telling themselves the truth, but in a way it could be, you know, there could be deceit here. There could be deceit coming from you towards yourself and then you deceiving yourself, but also it could be like related to like matters of the heart. I don't know what this is. It just feels like there's interconnected things within this situation for you guys. So that's just something to keep in mind, okay? But with that being said, let us read what everything has to say for this card on the back, and then we're gonna dive into the first section. And by the way, I do just wanna say, I really hope that you guys like the altar cloth that I got. The reason why I got a different one of a different color, different style, different design. Let me know if this is too much, if it feels overwhelming, like the design itself. I thought it was really cute. But at the same time, I do have a lot of decks and sometimes the colors can clash. If you guys want me to get like more of a plain color, let me know and I can do that as well. The only reason why I'm doing this now is because I don't want the glass to scratch any more than it's already been scratched because of the crystals I have and all this stuff, because this is a glass table that I do my readings on. And another thing, if you guys know how to work with lights, please let me know in the comments down below. I'm going to be asking all the piles, okay? Because see these shadows? Oops, I always hit this candle quartz. See these shadows, guys? Like, I have no clue how to get rid of them. And the other thing is I usually use like my natural light from my window as well as 2 Godex lights, and those are expensive. I don't want to have to get another one. So maybe I gotta just mess with the positioning of them, or if you guys are able to handle the shadows, just let me know as well, because my Virgo rising brain, I'm joking, I don't like labeling myself, but I do overthink, and I keep getting paranoid thinking that you guys need better visuals for the cards. So just let me know. It would mean the world to me if you guys can let me know in the comments down below, okay, my loves? All right, so let us get into this now. Sorry if I was talking about me, but let's get into this, okay? So emerald, it is one of the 4 precious gemstones. Emerald radiates with a wet, lush, verdant energy. Historically, emerald is associated with love, beauty, and sex. So if you're into any of that, you might want to associate yourself with this saturated green gem. Who needs it? Aestheticists, bohemians, epicureans, and transcendentalists. Where to put it? On a chain, over your heart, or on a ring at the base of your left thumb, perched atop the Venus Mount. Use it when you've temporarily lost the courage to love and be loved. When you're in need of a total refresh, open your heart to limitless possibility with emerald. Point your heart toward grace. Oh yes, green emerald is also associated with grace. I remember that now that it said it. Okay. So for the first section, we're going to be exploring the loop/pattern specifically you keep getting pulled back into, because I need to identify it. We need to figure out what it is specifically, right? Before we figure out why you're stuck in it and stuff like that. So we do got a nice pile of cards here. And interestingly enough, you guys did not get any tarot cards for this first section, but you did get a back of the deck energy for the tarot. So you did get a couple of back of the deck, so we're going to be exploring those, and this is where the pattern stuff start to come into play. So for the first back of the deck energy, before we start looking into everything, you have the champion with the keywords achievement, but then also downfall. So just keep in mind the sword, okay? Now, the next card, or back of the deck, you receive separation and longing. I want to check underneath it. Underneath it, we have reunion and soul ties. So very different energies, kind of like achievement and downfall. Very different polarizing energies here. And then for the final back of the deck energy for this first section, this is where the tarot comes in. You receive the Ace of Swords upright. And it says awareness and insight, epiphany, clarity, force, decisive, communicate, ideas, compel, focus, truth, and vision. So influx of information, influx of ideas, right? I find it interesting that the clear quartz was the bracelet that broke, because clear quartz is associated with the crown chakra. The crown chakra is associated with enlightenment. Like they say, that's the chakra you have to get to release or achieve. I mean, not release, to achieve enlightenment, but in order to achievement, it's shadow. The shadow of the chakra. There's shadows and wounded versions of all the chakras, and there's a certain shadow that affects each of the chakras the most, or impacts them the most, even though they're all interconnected with each other. But for the crown chakra, it's attachment. So there's this idea of attachment to something, wanting to attach to an idea, wanting to attach to a belief. You don't want to let go of it. It's hard to let go of it, because that's where your entire reality was shaped around. It was shaped around a very specific belief. But there may have been some form of information, realization you had. It could even be the realization of that this is a loop you're in. Like maybe the thing that you thought was like the real thing. Does that make sense? I hope this makes sense. Okay, let me continue before I start doubting. I don't know why. Like I said, this was another thing that kept coming through when I was preparing your pile. I kept feeling like this really weird energy of like self-doubt. Like I was like doubting the channeled things that would come through. And I'm like, am I thinking this? Or is this a channeled message for them? And I don't do that. You know, I do everything in my power to not let things filter through ego here. And so the fact that that was coming through while I was channeling your energies, guys, it's giving me this idea of a very, very heavy self-doubt. Like you have a lot of trouble trusting yourself. And obviously, don't we all, right? But in the way that it affects you by making you stay longer than you should in a lot of different situations. There's like procrastination here. Does that make sense? Procrastinating, and it's not your fault. It's like you're not trying to do that. But I feel like you guys know what this is entailing already. I have this gut feeling that you guys are like, oh God, like this is what it's about. What's interesting to me, the fact that you got two sword cards, and the fact that there's like this polarizing energy coming through twice. There's this idea here. What's under this? We have the King of Wands, natural born leader, gets things going, entrepreneur. Okay. Like there's this idea of like wanting to walk away, shut down. There's this idea of like being incapable of being able to like handle something, hold something, do something, or a realization that you just can't anymore. I don't know what that is, okay? We're going to keep exploring because this is about the loop and pattern you keep getting pulled back into. But when it comes to the back of the deck, energy pile number 1, this is showing me your current energy regarding the situation, right? The energetic frequency of it. So the thing that led you to clicking on this reading is you finally recognize that there is a problem here. In the situation that you're in, this loop, this cycle, whatever, you finally identified it as such. And that's what's led you to clicking on this. Does that make sense? I really hope that makes sense. Okay, but that's what's coming through in my mind's eye. So for the cards, for the first one, you guys received the essential oil titled Douglas Fir with keyword resolution, trigger statement, the past haunts me. True statement, in this moment, I am free. Let yourself be the one to heal the wounds passed down from your ancestors. The release and growth begins with you. Okay, I already have some things coming through. Let's keep going. For the final essential oil card you guys received, encouraging with the keyword motivation, trigger statement. I don't know where to start. True statement, I take action now. You will find clarity and the ability to create now. This is your time to make things happen. This is where the Ace of Swords energy is coming through. But then it's like stalled for some reason. Okay. For a Citadel card, you received the Acolyte with new projects and learning. learning, new projects, influx of information. Okay. For a yin yang card, you received self-love, creation, and intentions. Okay. And then you have two archetype cards. The first one is Virgin, with light attribute being maintaining symbolic purity of heart and spirit. Shadow attribute, fear of intimate union. And then for the last one, you have Student, with light attribute being humility and devotion to knowledge, openness to lifelong learning. Shadow attributes, arrogance in the pursuit of destructive knowledge, unwillingness to translate knowledge into action. Okay. You care so deeply about something. It is so important to you. It feels so heart aligned. It feels like it is meant for you. I don't know if this is a person, if this is a project, okay? You're gonna have to fill in the blanks, guys. But whatever this is, it feels like it's all meant for you. But there's also this idea here of self-doubt, kind of like trying to mask itself into care and worry. Like, you know, when someone says, like, I worry because I care. I worry because I care about you. I worry so much, but it's because I love you so much, because I care about you. I care about this so much. It's because I worry. When we worry about things very strongly, it is because we care deeply. It's because the thing that we're worrying about matters to us deeply. But there's this energy here in reference to the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into. It has to do with a lot of excessive worrying about this thing that you care about so deeply. What I mean by that, you have been constantly going through some sort of attempt to grow in some way, expand in some way when it comes to this thing, whether it has to do with your love life or a project or personal life, getting out of your comfort zone, things like that. Or like, okay, I'm going to explain that better. I'm picturing, okay, so these are ideas, okay? I'm going to give you guys ideas on what I'm seeing in terms of like scenarios. So, and a scenario that I'm seeing is like, you're seeing somebody, right? And you guys are just going on dates and you really like this person, but you're just not sure yet. You're just not sure. Maybe you still have more to see. Maybe there's still more to uncover. So you keep holding off on a first kiss, or you keep holding off on getting intimate. You keep holding off on holding hands, or maybe even labeling them as your partner or becoming exclusive. That's what I mean. Because you just keep thinking like, maybe there's just that one more thing. Or another example that's coming through in my head is somebody that is in love with something they're creating and they want to show it to the world eventually. Okay? Remember that word. That's a golden word here. Eventually. They want to show it to the world, eventually. So, and what I mean by that, this is something that you want to learn about. You want to become so proud of. You want to develop lots of dignity in this thing. There's something here about pride. And there's also this idea here of like I said, remember I was talking about self-doubt. Self-doubt also has to do with the ego. And this is a wounded ego. So there's this idea here of like the ego is trying to sort of say like, we have to be the best, so we have to keep on learning. We have to keep on showing up. We have to keep doing the things we got to do because I care so much about us. I care about us, pile number one, so much that I want to make sure that we do this the best possible way we can. Because we don't want to get embarrassed. We don't want to be ashamed. We don't want to look stupid. Like there's something here about like an assumption on how things will turn out, or you're trying to prevent a failure of some kind. You're trying to prevent a fall, a downfall. Ooh, okay, I get it. Of some kind. So you keep believing like there's this idea of like there's more to learn. There's so much more to do. There's so much more blank, to blank. There's so much more to blank. And that's the loop. That's the pattern you keep getting pulled back into. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I should share before we move into the next section.
Honestly, you're just so passionate about it. What's this card that's peeking out? Oh, okay. Yeah, but this is the cycle. This is the loop. Okay, yeah, it just confirmed it to me. All right. So let us keep going because I really think that's all I'm seeing. Let me move these cards to the side because I do want to try to keep these out on the table. I usually I started doing this thing recently. If you guys watch my pick a card readings often, where I move the cards to the side. But because I'm still trying to get used to this cloth, because it changes how I slide the cards around and I don't want to mess up the table, I'm going to see if I can do it this way. Just because we didn't get like a ridiculous amount of cards for this first section, which is not a bad thing. It's just, there's this idea here. I don't know, there's something here that's going to want to come through, but I feel like I need the cards here near me when we look into the second section. So the second section, we're going to look at two separate questions. The first one is what keeps this loop going? So what's feeding it? What is feeding the cycle that you're in? And then the second thing is why you stay in it, okay? Specifically why. So before we get the cards out for that, let me just make sure. Okay, this is why you stay in it. I'm just trying to remember. Okay, so this is why you stay in it. And then this is what keeps this loop going. All right, yep. We had 4 tarot come out. So what keeps this loop going? For the back of the deck energies here, you received a couple pretty interesting ones. So for my Malefique Lenormand deck, you received the Man. We're going to have to look at the booklet to see what that means, but the number 28. 2 and 8 add to 10. So that's something to keep in mind. We have the Ace of Hearts, which I believe is associated with the Ace of Cups. But I know Man is not associated with the Ace of Cups. Like, that's not the energy here, but we're going to have to see in the booklet. And then underneath that, we did have the Bear try to come through. So Bear is the number 15, and that's the 10 of Spades. So with the 10 of Spades, I think the Spades has to do with wands or like fire energy. I could be wrong, but that's what my mind's taking me towards. I don't know why. So we're going to place that over here. Yeah, I might do this for the 2 sections, and then we're going to move everything to look at the 3rd section. Now for the next back of the deck energy, I'm going to get the booklet out to read this, but I want to get all the back of the decks out first. We have the Victim card with the Heart Chakra. Oh, and there's a squirrel here. Oh my God, that's so trippy because I just realized that you guys have a medicine card. Wow. Okay, I'm going to shut up. Victim, ruled by the heart chakra. So again, heart chakra energy is coming through. Underneath that, we have growth. Remember we were talking about growth, ruled by the heart chakra. And then behind it is emergency room. So normally each of these cards depict like a story. And in the booklet, if I had the book out, it would tell us a story. But I'm going with what my mind and where my intuition wants to take me. And I didn't feel called to use the book for today with these cards. But what's coming through in my head is the fact that there's growth of some kind inside an emergency room. There's anxiety here because of the growth. But the Victim card that's lying over it, there's this idea of being trapped. Like the looper pattern that you keep getting pulled back into is your own self-doing, pal number 1. And you're like, why do I keep getting stuck in this? But you're doing it to yourself. Okay. And then for another back of the deck energy before we go into the final one here, we have stagnation. Movement, even if slow, is progress. And then the words at the bottom, I don't know if you guys can see it. It says inactivity, standstill, and rut. So stagnation, procrastination, that's coming through again. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm so sorry about that glare, guys. Do you guys hear that bird? All right. Where can I place this? I'll place it here. It still has it. Oh, that's better, right? And then for the final back of the deck energy from my Chakra Wisdom Tarot deck, you guys received the King of Pentacles. And what I found was really interesting because this one is ruled by the Crown Chakra. I just realized, yeah, this is, oh, so underneath it is the Six of Swords. So there's this idea here in terms of, okay, so normally the Six of Swords is supposed to be about like transitions to like smoother, calmer waters. But with this Six of Swords in particular, what I find really interesting is the way that this artist of this deck painted or created the imagery for the Six of Swords. Because like I said, the Six of Swords is about a transition to calmer waters. And it has to do with the mind. So things that like we have illusions towards, like it could be like about walking away from that, releasing, lifting the veil over our heads, you know, to see the clarity, get the insight we need to move forward. When I look at this one, there's this idea of like protectiveness coming through. I don't know if you can see it. The way that I believe the mother is like has her child there, and the child's facial expression, there's this, and the mother's facial expression, there's this idea here of like protectiveness, guardedness. You've gotten hurt before in some way, shape, or form. But okay, another thing that's coming through is that you've been battered and bruised a lot of times when it comes to things that you're passionate about, because you pulled the gun too quick, you go into things too quickly, or like this idea of you've just gotten hurt a lot of times. Because of how many times you've gotten hurt, there's this idea here of like, I don't know how long I can take that. Like, I don't know how many more times I can take getting embarrassed or going through some form of trauma again, going through experiencing some form of embarrassment, shame. Like there's something here where you're like tired of feeling it and you don't want to feel it again. So you're trying to really do everything in your power to not let it happen again. And the fact that the King of Pentacles is what was the main back of the deck energy, right? The Six of Swords was underneath it and it's ruled by the crown chakra. There's this idea of like, I have to make sure that in order to do this, I have to be the best of the best. I need to know my stuff. I have to be grounded. I have to have the most stable, sturdiest foundation, or the most sturdiest and reliable game plan, or something of that nature. Like you need to look the part and you need to be credible. You need to be dependable. You need to be qualified, you know, whatever the situation is, you know, fill in the blank, like I said. But there's this idea here of like, you need to be absolutely sure, because the King of Pentacles, we got to remember, this has to do with the element of earth, right? So when we think of earth, we think of hardness. There's hard energy here. It's a solid, it's dense. Most of earth is ruled by water. But what's fascinating, right, when we think about earth signs and astrology, right, they do tend to be stubborn. They are stubborn things, because when they see something material in front of their eyes, enough times they will start to see that as like a fact within them. And it's very hard to get them out of that mindset. Like they can build the rest of their life and how they move forward around this experience, or that led them to having this belief. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a parent that raises you and then they tell you like, this is how the world is. But in reality, like they haven't experienced the half of it, but they think that because the way they experienced it happened that way, like that is how life is. Does that make sense? I really hope that makes sense. But that's what I'm like channeling. Like there's this energy there. And so because of that, there's like this victim energy a little bit, but there's also this energy of like, that's why I'm procrastinating, because earth signs, they move slow. They take their time. They deliberate. Deliberate? Is that the right way I'm using that word? They're deliberately deliberate. I don't know, but okay. Let's keep going. I'm sorry if you guys can't, it's kind of cut off, but you know, I'm trying my best here. All right, so for the first question, we're looking at what keeps this loop going. So we have 4 tarot cards here and a chakra wisdom card. So for the first card here, we have prayer with the solar plexus chakra. Oh, this is so interesting. So you can literally see that there's 2 options. I don't know what this is about. We're going to have to keep going, but I do see a sign literally that's like split here at the bottom. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Okay, first up for the tarot, we have the Lover's choice. Okay, there we go. It locked it in. There's something about choosing the way on how you're handling this. What keeps this loop going? Next up, we have the 5 of coins, known as the 5 of Pentacles, ruled by the throat chakra. I don't know if you guys hear that duck in the background, but I think that's so cute. All right, and then clarifying these cards, the Lovers is going to get clarified by the 5 of Wands. Ooh, the 5 of Wands is coming out again. That's interesting. Five of Wands ruled by the throat chakra. Okay. And then the Five of Pentacles is being clarified by the Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords has come out again. That's crazy. Ruled by the root chakra. Okay. Okay, so let me see the meaning of this man and bear really quick. So, man, we're going to number 26. Okay. No. What is it? 28. So it just says a man having connection to the question. A man having connection to the question. All right. And then we also have bear. Power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory or family. So that could literally be literal, right? But then I'm also seeing this in the context of divine masculine energy. If you guys know the difference between divine feminine, divine masculine energy, this isn't about like male, female gender roles. This is more about like spiritual energy, like yin and yang, sun and moon, you know, the polarizing energies, right? Divine masculine energy has to do with taking action in the material world. They're more focused on the actual practical action taking, you know, the hard work, you know, building, doing, being. Being more doing though, acting on. Divine feminine is the opposite of that. So they're more resonant with the spiritual world, the emotional world. And masculine is also a lot of mental. So that for the feminine, it's like surrendering, it's yin, it's water, you know, it's moon energy. Masculine's fire, I forgot to mention that. But let's keep going, okay? There's this idea here of, okay, so with this, one of the things that could be keeping you in this mindset right now is it could be an actual person. Okay, remember I was talking about the two examples, so maybe this could be about like a project thing, but it could also be about love life. So take what resonates, leave what doesn't, okay? I'm gonna move on. What keeps this loop going though is wanting to believe something so freaking hard that it is literally keeping you from being able to make a decision. Choose how to move forward. It's keeping you from being able to choose how to move forward because I feel like you already know what the right answer is. You already know what the right step forward is. Like, I feel like you already have that clarity within you, pile number one. It's just that you're not giving yourself permission to access it fully because of how much self-doubt there is. Some of you guys, this trigger warning, you could be in a very dangerous or just unhealthy relationship dynamic. And there's this idea of wanting to believe that they are going to change. You know, one day they're going to change. And you want to believe that so flipping hard. But it's been so toxic that a part of you, with your dignity, your ego, remember how I said it's trying to like step in? It's interesting. Like, I don't think that you've lost all your healthy ego because at the end of the day, like when it comes to like the end of ends, we will tend to gravitate towards self-preservation of some kind. So your ego is looking for self-preservation of some kind. The only thing right now, though, is that it feels like it's very torn and it is a little bit confused because you are genuinely unsure of where to feed it. But I feel like you have been choosing to feed this idea of like, one day it'll happen. One day I'll know when the right time is. And it doesn't need to be, okay, so now that I gave that example about the relationship, I'm going back to like the general, like whether it's a relationship, whether it's a love situation, whether it's career, whether it's a goal, something you're building, okay? This is going to get applied into everything. Just gotta plug it into your situation as you see fit, okay? Regardless of what it is, there's this idea here of like your ego is like torn literally in the center, down the middle, because it's trying to do things to protect you right now. And the biggest, best answer it has in terms of protection right now is the thing that you know is the right step. But because you keep fighting it and keep trying to hold on to some form of hope so strongly right now, it is impeding on your ego's ability to choose correctly. And so it starts to criticize you. And it starts to criticize you in the sense of like, should I even trust you? Like, what if this actually is the right idea? Because you're fighting it so hard. And so there's also this idea here of you're aware that you're not enough. Like, you don't have enough. You don't have, there's a lack of mentality, this idea that I don't have anywhere to go, or like if things happen, I'm gonna cuss, guys. If shit hits the fan, right? If things happen in the worst case way, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do then? There's this idea of that as well. Like, you keep coming up with these worst case scenarios and you keep picturing all these different possibilities and ideas, but there's also this idea here of just freaking do it, right? This idea of just do it, rip off the Band-Aid, because not just do it in the sense of like I said, you gotta see this in the context of your specific situation. Because I started overthinking there. I'm gonna come back into this. See, I keep having this weird idea of like self-doubt, but I feel called to cut the deck. I don't know why. We have the Knight of Swords. Just do it. Okay, there you go. So there's this idea of just do it. Because regardless of, I don't know, there's this feeling of like, there's an answer here that makes you get to take a breath. You know, it lets you get to breathe again and feel more in control over your life again. But it's also scary because it's so new. And what I mean by feel more in control over your life again, you are feeding something right now, pile number one, that has enough to, I don't know, it's sad, like it has enough of something. Like it's satiated, it's good, it's satisfied, it's ready for the next step, whatever that it is. But you keep holding on because you keep thinking that there's got to be something more here, there's got to be something else. And it's the thing that whatever it is that you're having so much trouble letting go of, what's keeping you in this loop is your own tendency to doubt yourself and keep jumping to conclusions that aren't even happening in reality. They're just all in your mind. I don't know what happened in your past, pile number one, or maybe right now. There's this idea of like being influenced a lot. You have gotten influenced in some way so heavily that it's led your mind to doubt yourself very, very, very heavily. I don't think you received enough support in your past in some way when it came to like slip-ups in life, when it came to running into obstacles. And what I mean by support is like encouragement, empowerment, words of empowerment. There wasn't enough loving support at your side that didn't have to do with like yelling at you to do more, be more, have more. Okay? So there was always this idea being fed to you that there is a lack of, there's scarcity mentality now because of it. And that is one of the biggest things. It's like the prayer, what's happening right now, what's keeping this loop going is an unhealthy prayer. It's an unhealthy desire. It's a false hope. I don't want to put that here just yet, but at the same time, I want to because it keeps showing up in this way, or like you're going to have a sign. Not even false hope. Okay, I'm going to take that back. There's this idea here of like things will fix itself in time, or you're going to get an answer when it's you're meant to get an answer. But like what's interesting is that I'm seeing that you already have the clarity now. Like you already know, like logically it makes sense. There's something like rationally, like a rational decision or answer here. There's something your heart's been whispering, or it could be whispering it right now as I'm speaking to you. But you just want to hold on with all your might to something. I feel like I keep circling the same thing in different ways, guys. But that is what I'm seeing. So let us keep going. So why you stay in it? Next up, we have whip and broom with the number 11. And I believe this is the Jack of Spades. I don't know. I'm never good at like naming the actual card name things. Okay. So whip and broom with the number 11. Why you stay in it? We're going to have to see what the booklet says. So the way that the tarot is laid out, it's influencing. So the card that's sideways on top of this card is influence. It's the influential energy over this card. Does that make sense? So the card that's influencing this card is the Queen of Pentacles, ruled by the third eye chakra. And then the Queen of Pentacles is influencing the Nine of Wands, ruled by the sacral chakra. Do you guys hear that thunder? So powerful. Like there's this idea of like a calling, like something's calling out to you right now. I don't know how to explain it. Like an initiation of some kind that's trying to come through. It's been trying to come through for a while now, but you have kept doubting it or hesitating because you're scared, and that's okay. There's a lot of power here. There's a lot of responsibility here, but it's good responsibility. It's responsibility that helps you get closer towards some sort of emotional fulfillment or a sense of freedom. Okay, so with the Nine of Wands being influenced by the Queen of Pentacles, why you stay in it? Because you've already put and dedicated so much energy and time, and you don't want to feel like it was wasted. But I'm going to be honest with you, pile number one, depending on what the situation is, right? Because everyone's situation is going to be different that chose this pile. What I'm hearing in my head, everything is temporary. You know all the things you had to move through to get to this point. And it could have been years, it could have been a long time, right? It could have been a long process of things you had to move through. But you gained so much from that experience or those things that there's things that you're never gonna lose. No matter what you walk away from, no matter how you expand or grow forward, there's things from this phase and season of your life that you're never gonna get to lose, but there's this idea that you think you will. But that's where a healthy ego comes in. You know where you've come. You know the resilience and strength and things you've had to go through to get to where you are. But this is also what shows you that you can count on yourself when times get tough. When shit hits the fan, you know you're going to be able to, but you're still doubting it. You're still afraid. So you're staying in this loop of like a lot of emotions. So there's this idea here of like, you might feel like you're overthinking, but you might also feel like your emotions are kind of like strangling you right now in a really intense way because it's overwhelming. You're overwhelmed with feelings. There's a lot of things to weigh out here where your security is in the spotlight, or a sense of security, a sense of safety is in the spotlight. Okay, let's see what whip and brew means, because maybe that's going to help kind of marry things together even more. So whip and broom is quarreling, scandal, conflict, violence, punishment, purification, throwing away, repetitive action. Okay, yeah, so it just keeps feeding it in. Repetitive action. So you stay in it because this is what you know, this is what's comfortable, this is what's familiar, you're used to this. There's this sense of safety, but it's like you're looking for it in the wrong places when you should have been looking for it inside yourself. No one else is going to give that to you. Whatever validation, whatever love, whatever something you're trying to receive on the outside, pile number one, that's the reason why you're staying in it. You've always been capable to give that to yourself, and enough of that to yourself to the point where you will be ready to take the next step. But you're feeding your energy into the wrong places, and I think you're feeding way too much of your energy. Like, if I'm channeling this idea of somebody who's giving way too much of themselves into something when it's already been ready for the next step this entire time, or the next point of expansion or growth. Yeah. Okay. So when will this pattern start to shift though? Okay. So, and this hurts my heart, by the way, because it does feel like there's a wide variety of different, like there's a whole umbrella here with so many, each raindrop that this umbrella is trying to like capture, or I hope you get. I'm very metaphorical if you can't tell, but I know that metaphor doesn't make sense, but let's pretend it does. Each water drop in this storm is like a different way or a different situation that can get plugged into this. Does that make sense? And I just feel like there's such a wide variety of things. Like I'm seeing like really toxic, unhealthy relationship situation, and you staying in that because that's what's familiar. And then there's this idea of like manipulation there. There's this idea of like, I don't have enough to take care of myself, or like there's this lack of feeling of safety, you know? Like I'm thinking about your roots, pile number one. I'm thinking about your foundation. You've been building on something that had no foundation to stand on to begin with, or else it would have moved forward by now or done the next thing by now. So that's the illusion. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The illusion is like a false sense of security. There's this illusion of being fed a lie or something, or you're feeding yourself a lie, but you already know the truth. We got Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords, Ace of Swords. We got the swords here. Like, you have always had the upper hand in this situation. You've always had the power to stop this, but you chose to keep it going. And you stay in it because that's what you always knew. That's where this false sense of safety was, even though it was actually exhausting the shit out of you and you were very tired trying to keep it together. My heart goes out to you guys. All right, so we're gonna be now exploring the third section where again, we're gonna look at two separate questions. When this pattern starts to shift. So we're gonna try to get a time frame here. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And then we're also gonna be seeing how it changes for you. So how this pattern or loop that you're stuck in, like how does it change when it starts to shift? Like how physically, in the physical sense, in the internal sense, how does it change? So to do that, this is where I'm actually going to be moving these cards out of the way. All right. So when does this pattern start to shift? So we did get a couple of cards here. We got one card that came out sideways. And we did get an Angel Answers card. I don't know if this is a time frame, but for the back of the deck energy, we did get a time frame, and it's a specific one, but we're going to have to see what the rest of the cards have to say. But it says within the next few weeks. Okay. Within the next few weeks, I'm just going to layer things on top of each other now, okay? Oh, and I did forget to mention, we do have my Cosmic Astrology deck here that I'm going to keep on the side in case we need clarity. All right. So we're not going to shuffle it or pull out anything right now, but we're going to reach for it if we need it. All right. So the card that came out sideways, I want to see this. First up, we have the number 35. What is this? A waxing crescent moon here with education, but it came sideways, and 3 and 5 add to 8. And this is the phase of a moon that comes right after a new moon when you're about to plant seeds for something new, get started on something new. This is when you're like right before you're meant to take action, because that's what the first quarter moon, when it's half black, half dark, half light, comes in. So this is where you're like purely manifesting something, trying to really ground yourself into the idea, the game plan forward. Next up, we have All That Glitters with the number 16. And the number 16 is immediately giving me the imagery of the Major Arcana card, the Tower card in Tarot. All That Glitters. So I know what this card is about. Next up, we have the number 7 with Into the Unknown. We have the number 40 with Follow the Leader. And then lastly, for the Enchanted Map deck, we have the number 52 adding to 7 with Magical Map Shifter. And then for the Angel Answers card, I'm so curious. We have Remain Positive. Okay, interesting. So we didn't get a time frame, but for the back of the deck energy, we did. Oh, and I didn't realize I picked up the Angel Answers deck, like not completely. So underneath it is Be Assertive. Okay. A lot of things are coming through. Dang. Okay. So there is a lot of strong energy here, but also I did feel called to look at this to see if there's anything here that I like want to, I'm like skimming through it for the all that glitters cards. I'm going to only read the things that I feel called to. A need to see beyond the superficial, the desire to don a mask or dress something up to disguise its true nature, trying to be something you're not, chasing after every sparkly new thing. It's only human to want to adorn oneself in trinkets and paint a pretty picture of oneself. But if it sparkles, is it better? Whether it's a fast car, a big house, a title or position, the stamp of authority, or the sparkling of diamonds, these icons let you know something about a person, place, or thing. Or do they? The truth is that people seek to acquire things because of what they will do for them and how they symbolically will elevate them and make them more attractive. This card signals that it's time to see beyond the adornments and probe underneath the surface. Learn to recognize the masks people wear and the motives underlying them. Imagine that all the glitter is gone. Would you still desire the object or person? Exactly. So there's this idea here, right? When this pattern starts to shift, is when you realize what it actually requires of you, and it has required of you this entire time. The thing that you've been chasing, the thing that is whatever your meaning of freedom or emotional fulfillment is to you. Pile number one, you had to have known that it wasn't going to come easy, because the things that are worth it in life aren't easy. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes there's luck. Of course there is. But it's so rare that we can't lean on that. But here's this beautiful thing. I feel that you are meant to, in your life, in this experience that you're having here on earth, my love, you're meant to learn how to embrace the unknown in a way where you are genuinely going to lead with your heart, even if you don't know the outcome. You're meant to trust it. And eventually, I do feel like, because we have within the next few weeks as the back of the deck energy, when we look at when this pattern starts to shift, if you stay exactly where you're at right now, pile number one, and you listen or you do the things, like you did get a couple of self-discovery journaling prompts that we're going to look at when we finish up your reading. If you stay the path of where you're at right now, if you listen to this reading, you do the things that came through that we explore together in the cards as well, and just, stay at it. Within the next few weeks, you're gonna feel a shift. There's going to be a shift within this cycle, within this loop, within this pattern. And it only requires you to just trust in the unknown and be brutally honest with the situation at hand, because you know the answer here. Like, you're aware of these things. You're not dumb, pile number one, but you keep letting yourself act that way. Sorry if that was very cutthroat, but that's just the way Source wants the words to come out, okay? So I'm holding space for that, my loves, and I send you so much unconditional love. Don't take anything I say personally. These are all channeled things, okay? Especially the tone, especially the energy, but no, everything's coming from so much unconditional love, okay? Because we are mirrors of each other. I've been in this situation. Thousands of people have been in this situation. We've all sat in this spot before, is what I'm trying to say. So I am not above you. You are not beneath me. You are not above me. I am not beneath you. We are equals. And so I just want you to keep that in mind as we continue forward. And I send you so much unconditional love. With that being said, though, there's also this idea of like things actually start moving, like where all that doubt was coming from. You're going to get to prove yourself wrong, because you're going to start to realize that things would have only not worked out if you had given up on yourself. That's where the real thing matters. You can't give up on you. You can't give up on the thing you want that easily. If things don't work out exactly the way you want them to, or the way you've been trying to force them to this point, because that has to do with the loop and pattern you keep getting stuck in right now, that's when things wreak havoc on you. They start to wreak havoc on your mental state, in your emotional world. And that's where a lot of the self-doubt keeps coming through. But there's a reason why you feel a pull of some kind in the first place. And I don't know if some of you guys are watching this during like a new moon of some kind. I batch record my videos for you guys. So I don't even know if there is going to be a new moon around the time of when I upload this video. I don't know. So, but there's this like feeling of like new, like setting intentions, planting seeds, right? And we did get the waxing crescent moon. So that's another thing. Like maybe this is going to start to shift by a new moon as well. That's another thing that's coming through. But this is only if you stay the path, right? And you listen to the things that come through as we move forward within this reading and you follow through with them. But okay, another thing I wanted to share as well, I did feel called to look at the booklet for the meaning of this education card because it did come out sideways. And I do also want you guys to look at here. 1 plus 6 equals 7. We have 7 here, and 5 plus 2 equals 7. So we have 7, 7, and 7. Sevens are about perseverance. Sevens are about research. Sevens are also about believing in the things that you can't see. It's like when things are happening behind the scenes, beneath the soil, underneath the surface, and you have no clue what's happening, but you just gotta trust that there is some sort of shape shifting going on. What you're meant to do right now, I feel like that's gonna come through in the cards that we explore as we move forward, honestly. But if you stay on this route and you trust yourself, you listen to those gut feelings. You keep your mind as open as possible so you can take in the information around you in a way that is discerning and rational, right? Like you're gathering research for a science paper, like in that way. Things are going to start to come into place for you where you're going to be more realistic with yourself about the situation at hand. And this is going to happen throughout the next few weeks if you were to stay on this path. But you have to believe that that's what's going to happen. But you also have to trust that what comes through is for your own good. It's meant to help you grow. Things are happening for you, not to you, right? Releasing that victim mindset. But let's look at education. So for education, because it came sideways, we're going to look at some of the upright and the reverse position meanings. But I'm only going to skim and I'm going to read the things that stand out to me the most, okay? So life is filled with lessons. Be teachable. Wisdom comes from participating in life, not just reading about it. This card suggests that you might not have enough knowledge about what you seek, the direction to take, your circumstances, or the nature of your inquiry. Important information is coming. Now is the time to go to school, aka a person who might know more than you do, or find a teacher or a course of study so that you can more clearly understand what the next right action must be. Sometimes life unexpectedly sends you to an unfamiliar school and you must learn by experience. Now is a time to be teachable, open to changing your preconceived notions. Okay, so everything I say, don't take it literally. See everything as like metaphorical and like apply it in the context of your situation. Because the things that stand out to me the most right now is a time to be teachable, open to changing your preconceived notions. That sentence right there. Be a student and be willing to state the most powerful mantra of all. I don't know yet. 7. So there's something here about trusting, patience, right? Things that are worth it in life take time. So there is something that's going to happen. And it's going to start to shift when you start to embrace that idea. When you start to embrace the idea that this is going to be a journey. Pile number 1, the thing you want is a journey to get, is a journey to attain, a journey to acquire the true thing of it, the truth of it, the real thing. You have to start to be discerning of where you're at right now. And that's how, when this pattern starts to shift, when you start doing that for yourself, when you're being more realistic with yourself, rather than just leaning onto hope or a vision, you need to look at the facts of right here and now and use the next couple of weeks to really study, absorb the information of your surroundings, of the situation you're in, to see really what makes the most sense, because there is something you've been sitting on in terms of a truth, in terms of a insight, but you haven't been acting on it, right? And now for the reverse position, stubbornness and the desire to know it all and be right no matter what will not get you what you want. Or could it be that you're afraid to be seen as someone who knows less than you're supposed to? Could you be flying through life by the seat of your pants, hoping no one will notice you're skimming the surface of things? Life is filled with lessons, some bitter, some sweet. A strident lust for certainty will never bring you the wisdom you seek. Pretending to know more than you do won't make you wise. Be assured that not knowing is a magical place to be. All manner of mysteries are revealed. Be open. It's okay to not know. I don't know yet. It's okay to not know. See? There's this idea of embracing that, regardless of whether we look at the upright or reverse position. Now I understand why it's sideways. Okay, so that's the when this pattern starts to shift. Now we're going to see how it changes, right? Physically, literal sense. So with that, we received a couple of cards. We received way more cards than I intended to or thought we would get. We got a lot of tea leaves here, one fortune telling card, and a couple keyword cards. We're going to be layering this on top of here. And then we got one back of the deck energy, which is false person with the number 8. I don't know why it's not focusing. Sorry, guys. There we go. False person with the number 8. What's underneath it? Thief. 5, 2 and 4 adds 6. So there's this idea of like revealing something. It changes when you take the mask off. And it's interesting, right? Because there's a mask here, but there's a mask there. So this also comes to that. And tower energy, right? It's like collapse. But it's a collapse that is literally breaking down all the things that aren't needed for the structure you're trying to build so that you can rebuild stronger and better and more true and authentic to yourself. Okay. All right, so for the cards, in terms of how this pattern or loop changes, we have the number 31 with bad health coming through. Next up, we have excitement. We have dog close up, pleasure with a close friend. Sun, happiness and well-being. Clouds, temporary problems. Tiger, doing something risky, taking a chance. Okay, that's interesting. Because the way I'm laying the cards out, I'm doing it the way Source is asking me to. But the cards that are connecting with each other, it's giving me a lot of interesting information. And then we have coins. Money will be coming to you. And then lastly, we have forest. Muddled, unclear thinking. All right. Now for the keyword cards, you have Ferris wheel. What goes up must come down. Bad will pass, good will come. Repeating cycles, getting a higher view. Next up, we have kangaroos, family unity, strength, roll with the punches, ambition, protection, ease of movement, home away from home, aggressive protection. Aggressive protection is coming through, right? Bear is protection as well. And then lastly, we have fun, into the swing of things. Roll with the punches, into the swing of things, okay? Being playful, kids, childhood, and play. All right, so there is a lot of different things that are coming through when I look at all these cards together. First up, 3 and 1 equal 4. The 4 is kind of reminding me of like the Emperor and the Major Arcana, but also it is reminding me of the 4th house in astrology for some reason, like family energy, roots energy. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of different ways that we can interpret this. How it changes. So how it changes, one way is you're going to get support from somebody that's important to you or a group of people. You're going to have support in the sense of like enough that's going to give you a sense of security, but it's only when you, like this pattern is only going to start to shift when you start like trusting in the thing that you know you have to do to get that. Does that make sense? To go through the shift? And I think it might have to do with like speaking up about it or sharing it with somebody. Asking for something. But it changes because you're going to get support from somebody to help you in this journey. But here's the thing. And this is where I think the 777 energy comes through here and it like kind of layers into how it changes. And reference to what we're exploring right now in your reading, because 7-7 is about like patience, perseverance, and taking your time. Like continue to keep putting in the things you got to put in to get the outcome, even though you can't see the outcome. Like it is happening, it's brewing, it's happening behind the scenes. You have no clue, but it's there. There's this energy here of like it changes in time. Like this is going to take a good chunk of time. This is something that might take months for real change to start happening, because it's building up behind the scenes. You have no idea like really what's going to be happening. And the thing that's going to mess with you the most is your own anxieties. It's going to be your own anxieties, especially at the beginning of the process, because you know, when we're trying to start something new at the very beginning, it's going to be bumpy. There are going to be some hurdles. We're going to trip over things a little bit, and we're going to have to keep coming back up and wiping the debris off of us and keep going. There's this idea here of like there's going to be like a bump in the road sort of thing, or there's going to be some sort of, like it says temporary problems. Like there's this idea of like there's going to be a hard part, right? But the hard part is going to be over. And when the hard part is over, there's going to be good that comes out of it. And some, it's like, you know how you're in a loop or a pattern right now? There's cycles in everything we go through in life. And there's cause and effect. And there's give and take. Like there's polarities to everything. So there's this idea right here where it says what goes up must come down. There's going to be some tension. There's going to be some heightening. There's going to be a climatic point here in this journey. And that's how it starts to change. And that's kind of reminding me of the Tower card, right? Because towers, they're intense, collapsing moments. But as you go through that and you teach yourself to trust it, and you're going to have support as well. Like I feel like you can't keep this to yourself. If you keep trusting pile number one, it's going to start to eventually go back down and you're going to be able to breathe again. But it's like a muscle that you're going to work. And that's why it feels so new still with this kid card here. You need to believe in this like you've never believed in anything before. Or actually, how it changes, the amount of belief that you've been putting into this situation, this loop, the belief of like whatever this facade you've been feeding, pile number one. It changes when you start putting that same amount of belief in this crap into the real thing that you actually want. You need to believe it like you've never believed in anything before. Feel delusional. I know that sounds crazy, but you need to feel delusional right now. When you do that, that is going to be your biggest like upper hand in the situation that's going to help you be able to go through it, because it is going to take some time, okay? And it is going to mess with you. I am actually going to pull out a little bit of clarifiers with the tarot here before we go into your final messages, just because I do feel like I'm missing something, but let's just see. So how does this change for pile number one in the physical? How does this change for pile number one in the physical? How does this change for pile number one? Okay, so for the back of the deck, we have the Five of Swords with the Pegasus constellation. Oh. Okay. Underneath it, we have the Prince of Swords with mutable air. That's the Page of Swords. Okay, so your mind is going to be a little bit all over the place. See how it changes? You're really going to have to make sure that during this point, during the transformation, the shift that happens with this, you need to keep your head on straight. Okay, so first up, we have the Queen of Wands with fixed fire. Next up, we have the Hierophant. Wow, okay, the stubbornness is strong here. And then we have the Page of Cups with Autumn. And the Four of Wands with Hydra. Again, this idea of families coming through. This could be like a close friend. This could be someone that you trust. Or it could just be someone that you've always felt like you could rely on. Like even if you don't know them that well, like you go to them with this situation and they're able to like support you in a way that's going to surprise you. Like there's something here about a surprise in a way, but they're going to like be able to help you more than you realize in something, or they're going to be more willing than you realize, or something like that. And the reason why you kept doubting it was because you always thought you had to do things alone because of your past trauma. Okay, so with the Queen of Wands, the Hierophant, there's a lot of stubborn energy here. But how it changes is when you aren't afraid to share it. Because the Queen of Wands, she loves to share. She's very generous with her energy. And because she has a very big heart and fixed fire is Leo. So there's this idea here of like being willing to share the revelation, share the realization, no matter how scary it feels. Like, this is going to be the thing that is going to help you get to start shaping the real reality you want for yourself. But in order to get there, again, this is kind of just confirming everything we just shared, but in a different way, right, with the cards. In a way where it's going to take time, because autumn, it takes time for those leaves to fall off the trees. And on top of that, this is still getting you to where you're meant to be in a way where it's going to feel correct. Let me see if I can clarify that Four of Wands, though. Clarify the Four of Wands for me, please. For pile number 1, can you clarify the Four of Wands for me, please? Can you clarify the Four of Wands for me, please, for pile number 1? In case there's any other cards. Okay, nope. Back of the deck here is the Star with Aquarius, and we have the Eight of Cups. Yeah, so it's like you thought the thing that was giving you this happy thing was the situation you're in now, when in reality, walking away from it is where the real things start to actually take place. And a lot of healing is going to happen through it, but you need to believe in yourself, and you need to be very stubborn in this regard, in the best way. Stubborn for showing up for you, stubborn for wanting the best for yourself. Pile number 1. There needs to be some selfishness here in order for this to successfully happen and unfold the way it's meant to, okay? So just keep that in mind. That's really, really important, my love. Okay, so to finish up your reading, my loves, we are going to be getting your final messages from Source as well as your higher self. Whoever wanted to come through, we gathered the messages for that. And then we're also, before we do that though, I'm going to share with you 2 self-discovery journaling prompts that did come through. These are things you can journal on after this reading is complete, or whenever you feel called to, but I'm going to bring them up close to the camera. You can pause the video, write them down, do what you got to do, but these are things that are going to aid you with everything we've explored today, okay, to keep you on this path if this is something you want. So, or changed, if you want to change it, right? First up, we have the category mental clarity with the task. Make a list of at least 25 things you are skilled at. How does this unique combination of skills empower you in life? Make a list of at least 25 things you are skilled at. How does this unique combination of skills empower you in life? That's beautiful. Yes, empowerment, giving it to yourself. And lastly, we have the category roots. Wow, I was just talking about that. What's something you disagree with about the way you were raised, and why? What is something you disagree with about the way you were raised, and why? Honestly, this is where I'm going to feel called. Okay, so I am currently accepting one-on-one clients, okay? If that is something that you would be curious about, if you want to learn more about what I do. I do not just do readings. The readings that I do help and they add into what I do, but I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing and soul remembrance. When I do my readings though, I want you guys to keep in mind, I used to try to make my readings as trauma-informed as possible, but I realized that if I do that, I would overthink the crap out of the messages that are coming through. So I decided to just stop doing anything with filters when I channel. And that's why sometimes my readings can come super straightforward or cutthroat and things like that. Very untrauma and very not trauma informed of me, basically. And so that's just something to keep in mind. But if you do want to know like more, I work with people one-on-one to create a practice that we work on together through live one-on-one virtual sessions, as well as readings and a lot of other things in between, to help you release self-sabotaging tendencies, but I work at it from different levels depending on where you're at in your own personal self-growth and or healing journey. So if that's something that you are interested to learn more about, I do have a description. I do have a link in the description box down below where you can schedule for a free soul clarity call with me, and I can go over that with you. And I can also learn about your story. If that's something you feel called to, I would love to connect. Okay, my loves. And the reason why I did feel called to share that now is because the Roots card did come up. So, maybe there is something that wants to be unpacked. Maybe there is something that wants to be explored. We can do a one-on-one session together to work or move through those things, or multiple. It depends on how we're going to want to work together moving forward. But if that's something you're interested in, I do offer that. Okay, my loves. So let us keep going. All right, now for your final messages from Source as well as your higher self. So we got a couple of angel numbers here, my love. And we did get an animal medicine card as well as a healing light oracle message, which is going to be like an affirmation. So for the affirmation, we're going to be reading the book for the medicine card that you received. But for the affirmation, I think these are affirmations technically as well. If you feel called, if you resonate with any of them, I do recommend that you pause the video, write them down wherever you're taking notes from this reading, okay? And use them to kind of ground yourself in the mornings or at nights, whatever time in the morning or day in general feels most suitable for you to do it at. I would love to encourage you guys to try to come up with like a routine or a sacred little mini ritual you can do for yourself at any time or point in your day or evening or whatever, because that's going to help kind of start giving you a moment to feel 1% safer each and every day. And as you can start to do that for yourself, you're going to be able to get more clear. You're going to be able to get more real with yourself, more discerning, right? And get to give yourself the epiphany that's been trying to come through. Even though I feel like there is an influx of information, right? We were talking about that from the very beginning. You've gotten it a lot of it, but maybe you still need more. It's like I said, the way that the situation is going to unravel will vary depending on the situation, right? You have to plug everything into your situation. But let us keep going. I just wanted to share that. So for the first angel number, you received 911 with courage. Angel whispers, a doorway has opened for you, and while apprehension may be felt, allow courage to flow in as you put your best foot forward. Oh, I just realized it's blurry, my bad. You are being encouraged to let curiosity lead and know that the divine has your back. Affirmation, I allow courage to prevail as curiosity leads me through new doors. Beautiful. Next up for an affirmation. Divine light. I am an expression of love, and I shine like the sun. My inner light is my strength and my treasure. My intuition guides me to discover the wonder and goodness of who I am. This is so beautiful, and I do highly recommend that you guys write it down. Now for the final two angel numbers, my loves, you have 143. 143 with, what does that say? Preparation. Angel whispers, life is ruled with phases. The whisper is telling you to prepare for the unexpected and allow change to pass through with a sense of peace. Financial and creative changes are upon you. Okay. Affirmation, my dreams and desires are coming to fruition, bringing change that I welcome with an open heart and mind. And lastly, for the numbers, you have 1, 2, 3 with vision. Your path will not look identical to anyone else's. That is what makes you unique. Remember that as you stay the path that feels connected, the path will continue to lead you to enlightenment. Let your vision be as different as you are. My path is mine and mine alone. When I follow my path, alignment comes naturally. Exactly what I've been saying. And now to finish this up, to wrap up your reading, the animal medicine that has come through is squirrel with the number 26. Okay, is the number 26 coming through multiple times, or am I just crazy? Like, I feel like the 6 did come through a second time earlier. I saw 26 somewhere else. So the number 26 might be of significance here, but this can also be like, depending on when you're watching this, 2026, that year, the year may have significance to you, or it could be when this change starts. Or it can just kind of give you confirmation that this is meant to happen with something to do with 2 and 6. It could be like February 6th, June 2nd, or 26 years old within 26 months. I don't know, just the number 26 feels of significance, but you can also look up the meaning of the angel number as well. There's meanings for all numbers. But I'm also seeing like 2 is about trusting and balance, and 6 is about give and take, reciprocity. So it's about like trusting in the give and take of the dance that you have between you and the universe. So what you put into the situation, you're going to get back, but you need to trust it. And you got to continue that balance and that give and take, that dance. So let me get to the squirrel medicine. Okay. All right, so for the squirrel. Squirrel, you have gathered nuts by the score, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take no more than I need, trusting great mystery to harvest the seed. Squirrel, gathering. Squirrel teaches you to plan ahead for the winter when the trees are bare and the nuts have long since disappeared. Squirrel medicine can come in many forms, as this furry creature is very diverse in nature. The erratic behavior of squirrel has bested many a forlorn hunter, and it thus stands to reason that there are benefits to being able to circle a branch at lightning speed. This erratic behavior of squirrel can also get nerve-wracking if you are dealing with persons who have squirrel medicine. Trying to calm them down enough to accomplish something may drive you nuts. The gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be a judgment, an opinion, a savings account, candles, or extra food. To put it in a nutshell, squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom, always prepared. In today's world of changing times and fortunes, it is the wise person who prepares for the future. Our prophecies have all spoken of the end of the millennium and the changes to come. Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts with it. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that will meet your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never comes. If squirrel has scurried into your cards today, it may be that you are being told to honor your future by readying yourself for change. The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressure, stresses, or gadgets that have been broken for years. And understanding the balance involved in gathering, you need to look at the idea of circulating the stock of what you have gathered. Call the nearest thrift store and give the gadgets to someone who can benefit from them. If something no longer grows corn for you, then it is time to let it go. Squirrel has another lesson which can aid you if you observe what is obvious, and which can prepare you for anything. It has to do with the safe place in which to put your gatherings. Ooh, this safe place is an untroubled heart and mind, and that which is gathered to put in this place is wisdom and caring. The energies gathered will set your mind and heart free, so that you will know that all will be taken care of in its own time. Apply this to your fears about the future, and they will vanish. And before I walk away, one more thing I want to say. This could also be about you preparing to leave some sort of situation, So, like, there are things you can do to prepare to leave, that you can be smart about, and you're really smart. You can figure this out, So let me know in the comments down below, because I am very curious to hear like your stories. And remember, you will be surprised. There are billions of people in this world, yes. I don't really get a lot of views on my readings that much often, but I am trying to get there. But what I'm trying to say is that we are all strangers, But in a way, we are all interconnected in the sense that we can relate to each other. Or you ever like listen to a friend and you try to relate to their situation, you try to understand it the best way you can, even if you know the way that you're trying to relate isn't exactly the way that they're experiencing it. You try. And there's this idea here of like, you need to understand, pile number one, that you have never been alone in this situation, but you've been continuously telling yourself that. So I really do feel like for this pile in particular, like sharing your story down below can be like a really healing step in the right direction for you, because you would be surprised the amount of support you can receive, not just from me, but also from the people I'm trying to build in this community. And when I mean build, I want us to build each other up. I want us to support each other in these times. You know, this is a channel that isn't just for pick a cards, but the pick a cards that I do are self-growth oriented. They're meant to help you heal and become the most healed versions of yourselves in time. But in order to get there, we got to continue taking the steps and hold ourselves accountable and not be afraid to stand in our most vulnerable truths, because that is our own greatest superpowers and strengths that we can do in this world today. There's not enough people doing that, but in order for us to create that ripple effect, we can't be afraid to do it ourselves. So that's something you feel called to. I do highly recommend doing that. And if you can also give this reading a thumbs up, if it did resonate, that would mean the absolute world to me. Every little thing that you do to interact with this channel, or a form of engagement that you do within this video, it does show the algorithm that you do like these readings, that you do support what I'm doing here. And also, it can help this video reach other people that could really use this reading as well, you know? So with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. I feel so honored that Source chose me to be able to show up and do this reading for you. If you guys found it, if you are here still listening, like, thank you from the bottom of my heart for listening and showing up for you. Like, be proud of yourself, because this is stuff that could get hard to hear. You know, it's uncomfortable. No one wants to feel called out, right? But just know that everything I said in this reading today was said with so much unconditional love. I am so proud of you for showing up. And I just don't take what I say lightly, because it's not meant to be. I mean that with so much seriousness and love and depth. So with that being said, if you are not subscribed yet and you would love to join the community, hit that subscribe button, because I am just trying to build a beautiful little family here, right? And a safe space at that. And hopefully I will see you in my other pick a cards to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you, I already ruined the surprise, you got two significator cards, but if this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, I know this is the smoky quartz crystal, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you, in reference to what's keeping you stuck in the same loop, the same cycle, the same pattern, whether it be something physically, like a physical loop, like something happening in your material world, your external world, or in your inner world, okay? So we're going to be exploring that today. You guys are also going to be oh wait, we're doing the preparation portion. I am losing my marbles. I am losing my mind, guys. I'm losing my mind. Okay, we're doing the pile preparation portion of this reading. Yeah, but I did spoil the surprise, unfortunately. So sorry, pile number two. But, you know, it must feel pretty cool to get two significator cards, right? So, yes, I almost forgot to do it. We're doing the pile preparation portion. This is going to be organic, fully unedited, and fully raw. So you get to see the mistakes I made at the beginning, right? And the shadows that I'm losing my marbles on as well. So for the first section, we're going to be looking at the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into. And we're going to be using these decks. Ooh. Sorry, I had some wax there. Boop. And boop. Boop. And boop. See all these cards? We're using that for the first section. So I got a lot to dive into, a lot to get ready here. And we're going to do that now. Sorry, I just had a lot of little specks of ash here that was bothering me. All right. So what is the loop / pattern that pile number two keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number two keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading hits them, as this is a timeless reading in reference to what's keeping them stuck in the same loop? What is the loop / pattern that pile number two keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? Okay, so we didn't get any cards coming out of the archetype deck, but for the back of the deck energy, I did feel called to use it. We have Mediator, okay? So that is something to keep in mind. I'm going to place it to the side. We're going to explore it in more depth and detail when we do your reading. And let's keep going. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? One more shuffle. What is the loop slash pattern, that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? All right, so nothing came out here, but the back of the deck energy does want to come through. We have Cassia. Interesting. Cassia has been following me like crazy. I've been seeing her like come out so consistently. So for pile number 2, interesting. Let's keep going. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled? Okay, this one's coming out. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? All right, no back of the deck energy wants to come through here. All right. Interesting that you didn't get a lot of oracle cards, but obviously we have one more deck, and then we have my Intuit Tarot. So let's keep going. Let's see. Keeping an open mind. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? I feel like this tension energy, like something wants to come through, but there's tension here. Exhaustion, fatigue. Now we're going to take reversals for this because there is an upright and a reverse meaning. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? Oh, one more shuffle. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 2 keeps getting pulled back into? Okay, so we got a lot of cards. Was not expecting to get that many, but you know, Sauce always has something up its sleeve. For the back of the deck energy, we have the 6 of Cups upright. Interesting. Okay. All right. And let me just make sure. Yeah, we got one card that fell out here. So these two want to go this way, this way, this way, all this way, and this way, this way. Okay. So we got a couple. So we got one. These are upright. Hold on. I just feel called to do this. I don't know what I'm doing, but we'll see. Okay. So these are 4. How many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 here. This feels like a significator energy. 8, 9, 10, 11. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to listen to what is trying to come through in my head. I do feel like these are significator cards for some reason. We have 7 cards here. So, okay, let me just gather them up. We're going to place them here. And I keep them to the side. So we got the first section set up. Now for the second section, we're going to be looking into 2 separate questions in the second section. First is what keeps this loop going? So what's feeding it? You know, what's keeping it alive and running? And then secondly, why you stay in it? Why is it that you stay in it? And this is where we're going to be using a brand new deck that I just bought and it just came. It just came out the door like an hour ago. And I was like, I got to use this for pile number 2. So it's called Whispers of Why. Super excited. I didn't even look in the deck. I just felt, because normally I don't like to use brand new decks until I sit with them, I meditate with them, I connect to their energy, right? I got a lot of new decks that just came in. But for some reason I was like, this one needs to come in and I don't know what's there. I'm very curious and I'm very excited. So it just feels like a little Christmas morning for me. Oh my God, did I just do that? I'm gonna have to wash this off. Oops. Okay, note to self. Blow. Don't wipe where there is ash. Okay, now I'm gonna have to like wash this later, but it's fine. We should have been prepared. We should have expected that staining. All right, so my Whispers of Why, my new deck. Ooh, it feels so firm and new and fancy. Okay. And then what keeps this loop going? So this is for why you stay in it. Oh, and we're also going to be using my Chakra Wisdom deck for both sides. So it's a tarot deck, and then my regular Chakra Wisdom, and then my Shadow Work, if it's meant to come through, and then my Malefique Lenormand deck. All right, so honestly, I'm just going to shuffle them, see what card comes out for which. I'm going to ask a question, like first question, then second. Okay, just watch, okay? Organic, raw. I don't need to explain. You guys are just there to sit, watch, and enjoy the show, okay? So let's do this. What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? Okay. We got a lot of cards coming out. So actually, I feel like this is for the second part because they came face down and these came upright. So this is going to be for the first question and this one's for the second. I don't know why, I just feel called to do it that way. What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? Okay, so we didn't get anything for the first question, so now I'm going to ask the second question, and if nothing comes out, nothing is meant to be for this deck. And why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Okay, so we didn't get anything, but back of the deck energy does want to come through. And we have obsession, release the chains of thought and free your mind, and fixation, compulsion, and preoccupation. Strong energy here, right? What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? Oops. Okay, second question. Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Okay. So we have 2 cards here. Back of the deck here is ship with the number 3, the 10 of... Wow, I just realized I was... Okay. Wow. This is nothing to do with you guys. It was pile 1. I realized I was saying it was cloves, but I kept saying spades. This is the spades, the 10 of spades. Oops. Ha ha ha. Embarrassing. Embarrassment. Woman. Okay. Oh, Whispers of Why. Honestly, let's do it for both, okay? I'm going to trust in the way I'm doing this. What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? Okay, now second question. Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Oh, okay. I was just about to stop. I was like, last shuffle. Back of the deck does want to come through because the timing isn't right yet. Oh my God. Okay. That is some intense energy, and I feel like I already... Okay. Wow. All right. So this is for the whys. Okay. This is the beginning. Okay. Now for the tarot. What keeps this loop going for pile number 2? What keeps pile number 2's loop going? Regardless of when this reading found them, what keeps this loop going for pile number 2? Okay, so we have 2 tarot coming out here. Oops. Back of the deck is the 4 of Wands, ruled by the heart chakra. Underneath it is the 3 of Cups. Okay. I actually feel called to like, wow, and the 7 of Swords. Jeez. I just want to keep like, taking it out. I'm going to keep these cards on the side for the back of the deck. I don't even know if I can do that. I feel like I'm already having like a really strong idea on what's coming through. Okay, honestly, I'm going to listen to my gut. Okay. Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? One more shuffle. Why does pile number 2 stay in this loop? Oops. Okay. Back of the deck here to finalize it, to the finale, is the 7 of Wands. Okay. Going to place that over here. For now, these are all the cards we received for this side. Okay. Beautiful. So we got this one and this one. All right, perfect. Now we're going to be going into the third section, and in the third section, we're going to be asking another 2 set of questions. First one being when this pattern / loop starts to shift for you. So we're going to see if we can get a timing, right? And then the next question is how it changes. So how does it change? How does this pattern change? How does this loop change? how it looks, what it does, you know what I mean? So for the first question, we're going to be using these decks, and then for the second one, I have another thing of decks. But we're gonna see. I'm gonna keep this this deck on like the side. It's my Cosmic Tarot deck. We're gonna actually shuffle it during the reading itself. If we need any clarifiers or if I want confirmation of some sort, we're gonna reach for it. All right, for both of these questions in the third section. Does that make sense? All right. So let us go into this one. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 2? When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 2? When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 2? All right, so we got one card coming out. Back of the deck energy here is Sacred Pool with 4 and 7 equaling 11. Beautiful. This landed sideways on the significator card. Something to keep aware of, keep in mind of. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 2? When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 2? Okay. Source was like, take that out, take it out. Okay, this, I don't know if this one wants to be upright or in reverse, so I'm gonna do this. 1, 2, with my eyes closed. 3, 4, is this it? 5. Okay. Okay, beautiful. This one is sideways. It landed on the significator card. I really want to keep like a mental note of that. And then for the final set of cards here, when does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 2? When does this pattern / loop start to shift, for pile number 2? Okay. Back of the deck here is Let Go. All right, so that's something to keep in mind again. We got 2 Angel Answers card, and we got one that says Romance. Interesting. Okay. Now for continuing with the third section, for how it changes, we're using my tea leaf cards, my keywords deck, and my fortune telling cards. And after that, we're going to be shuffling these 3 individual decks. These are going to be like prompts, exercises. They're going to be like things you can do to apply or practically apply yourself into this shift. And it's going to help aid you on your path moving forward, okay? But you're not going to receive, like, you could receive a card from each of the piles, each of these decks, but like for example, I think pile number 1 only got like 2 cards from like one specific deck, and then the other 2 didn't get anything. But I'm gonna let source lead us there, okay, or guide us on that. All right, so how does this pattern / loop change for pile number 2? How does this pattern / loop change for pile number 2? One more shuffle. Oops. Okay. So we got 2. How does this pattern / loop start to change? Or, sorry, not start to. How does this pattern / loop change for pile number 2? How does it change? How does this pattern / loop change for pile number 2? Okay. What, we got 2, I think? All right, back of the deck wants to come through. Alligator, stealth, swift, take a big bite out of life, good fortune, dynamic, primal instincts, ancient wisdom, move quietly but strike with great force. Interesting. We got 2 here. All right, now for the tea leaves. How does this pattern slash loop change? How does it change for pile number 2? How does this loop slash pattern change for pile number 2? How does it change? Oh. All right. I'm gonna just do one shuffle. I felt called to just do it like that. I was debating. I was like, should I do 2? Because I always shuffle the tea leaf cards twice to run through them, make sure. Yeah, no, I feel called to just do it once, so I'm gonna do the same for this deck. How does this pattern slash loop change for pile number 2? How does it change? How does this pattern slash loop change for pile number 2? How does it change? All right. We got a couple there. So there's like piles. And this one's on its own. Here, let's go here. All right, so we have piles of cards that want to be combined, or do we want to mix them? I don't know. I feel like they don't want to be combined. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna lay them out like this so I don't mix them up. Because I feel like these are gonna be like 3 separate things that change with it. All right. Now, this is for your final messages from source as well as your higher self. Whichever chooses to come through. If they both come through, then that's beautiful. And if not, that's also beautiful. Because then one wants to speak to you more strongly at this time. Or one is meant to speak to you more strongly at this time. Okay, so that's these cards. But let's do the prompts or exercises. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2? Allow the cards to come out, source, as I shuffle. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? One more shuffle. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out. Okay, so we got 1. Next up. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 2. Any cards meant for pile number 2? Okay, one more shuffle. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2? Okay, so you guys got a lot of cards shooting out here, but I don't know which is which. So I'm gonna have to reshuffle that, or let me just see. There's gotta be this one, this one, and this one. Okay, so you got 3 exercises. Wow. Okay. That's a lot. All right, and now for the final deck for self-discovery prompts and things of that nature. Okay. Are there any cards meant for pile number 2 within this deck for them to walk away from this reading with? Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? If so, allow them to come out. One more shuffle. Okay. Yeah, you guys got the most practical application cards yet. So I feel like there is a lot of work to be done with in reference to releasing this loop. It's like inner work. That's going to be the biggest thing to tackle to overcome it. So that's just something to keep in mind. All right, we'll place those over here. Now for final messages from Source as well as your higher self. Which cards are meant for pile number 2? Are there any cards here meant for pile number 2 that you wish to deliver to them, Source? I'm going to shuffle one more time. All right, so there's no angel number messages. Let's do the Healing Light Oracle. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out. Their higher self to deliver a message. Are there any cards in this pile, this deck meant for pile number 2? One more shuffle. Okay, we didn't get anything for Healing Light. Let's see the medicine card. Animal medicine. What animal medicine is meant for pile number 2? Oh, one. One more shuffle. Any other animal medicine meant for pile number 2? Oh, okay. You guys got a lot of animal medicine though. All right. So honestly, I guess we'll figure it out when we get to that bridge. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Because normally what I like to do is I like to read the excerpt. But we have 3 animal medicine. So is Source asking me to read 3 different animal medicine things for you? Or is Source asking me to zoom in on each of them so you could take photos and pause the video so you can read it on your own time? That's also a good thing. I'm going to skim through them, right? I like to skim, and then wherever my eyes, like where my energy gravitates towards, I'll read those things. You know what I mean? We'll do it like that. Beautiful. And then I'm going to also freeze it close up so you guys can take a photo during the reading itself. But my loves, we are all set. We are ready to dive into your reading. So I look forward to exploring all of this with you, and I will meet you at the reading portion of this video. Okay? See you there. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful smoky quartz crystal, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to what is keeping you stuck in the same loop. What's keeping you stuck, right? And this could be an internal loop. It could be an external loop, meaning like it could be in your inner world or in your outer world. Doesn't matter. We're going to be exploring specifically what that is. And with that being said, I just wanted to give you guys like a little bit of a heads up. I'm so sorry about this shadow stuff. I really want to figure out how to get like the perfect lighting setup, but it is difficult, you know? And I don't want to have to spend money on more lights because I already have 2 massive Godex lights that I'm using to keep this stuff lit up for you guys. So if you guys have any suggestions at all on how I can do this without causing shadows, please let me know. If the shadows don't bug you, you can give me that little bit of reassurance in the comments down below. That would also mean a lot to me, just so I know that you guys are able to enjoy this and my anxiety-ridden mind isn't, like, I'm not over worrying, you know what I mean? But with that being said, okay, my loves, you guys received 2 significator cards. Surprise. Smoky quartz and topaz. Oh wow, topaz. So smoky quartz and topaz. I know topaz is a stone of success. This is a stone that it's a stone that has to do with like dreams, not like sleep dreams. I'm talking about like when you have a dream in life. I have a dream, Martin Luther King. That honestly, topaz is like MLK energy, like for real. The inspirational energy, the encouraging energy, the motivational energy. There's passion, there's fire, there's spark, but there's so much love. Like they're doing it because it's rooted in love. There's that energy with topaz. Whereas smoky quartz, it is associated with the root chakra because it has to do with protection. When it comes to chakra psychology, when we look at it from a chakra psychology standpoint, there is this energy of, I don't know why possessiveness is coming through, but protection, guardedness. energetically, when I was preparing your pile, my brain feels kind of like fogged up. Like there is something blurring me from being able to see the full clarity of something, but that fog, I'm like functioning through it. And so I see that as my reality. And so, but it's exhausting to have to try to like decode it all the time. There's like this idea of somebody or someone, I don't know if it's your energy that I'm picking up on pile number 2, but there's this energy of like trying extra hard to get an outcome or something that, or a result of some kind that doesn't need that much effort. But it's like, it's not that you can't help yourself, but it feels like it's necessary to put in that much. I don't know what that is. Okay, so that's all that I'm channeling, at least just by looking at this, just by sitting with your energy, right? But okay, let us, before we start diving into everything, I wanted to share with you the meanings and the words that are like what it says behind these cards. So for smoky quartz, it's ranging from almost clear to nearly black, and it pairs the clarity inducing vibes of clear stones with the protective do not cross over this line vibes of black ones. People that need it are glass half empty types, space cadets. You put it on a chain around your neck or hidden in your pocket whenever you're certain to find difficult people in your path, family dinner tables, conference rooms, subway cars, and use it when you fall prey to emotional vampires, when you're just too spacey and you, in quotes, can't even, when you're embarking on a spiritual journey or a journey to pick up your dry cleaning. Extra points if you're thinking, what's the difference? Arm your spiritual warrior. Okay, so there's something here about protection. Protection from things outside of you, protection from the forces outside of you, right? But with topaz, there's different energy, right? So topaz is the world's hardest silicone-based mineral. Its name alludes to the Sanskrit word for fire. Oh, wow. In the Middle Ages, it was believed to cure crazy. That's insane. People that need it is anyone burning A, the midnight oil, B, the candle at both ends, C, bridges, D, all of the above. So anyone burning bridges, burning the candle at both ends, or midnight oil. I don't know what midnight oil means. Where to put it? Wherever the action needs to happen. Oh, is that what midnight oil means? When to use it. When you're aiming in the right direction, but keep misfiring. Oh! When you're aiming in the right direction, but keep misfiring. Passion is totally indispensable. But if you're not careful with it, it might burn you up. Call on topaz to transform wild obsessions into laser-like focus and burning desires into getting things done. Increase your firepower. Okay, I'm going to keep the cards like this because I really want to make sure that I remember these things. There's something like something's tingling. My insides are tingling. There's something going on here energetically, okay? That channeled whatever I described with you before we even looked at the meanings. I feel like there's something here. There's a thread trying to get woven. So I'm going to keep it like this as a reminder so I don't like forget. All right, so for the first section, we're going to be looking at specifically, we need to identify the loop / pattern that you keep getting pulled back into, pile number 2, before we look at what's keeping you stuck in it. And to do that, I did already get all the cards. So you actually ended up getting a lot of tarot, which pile number 1 did not. So I just was really surprised and intrigued by that. And you also received more tarot for significator cards. These wanted to be significator cards separate from this, but it's like the overlying theme or energy influencing what we're going to see with the tarot. And then we also got some Yin Yang Oracle as well as Citadel deck cards. For back of the deck energies, you have 2 back of the deck energies here. No, 3, my bad. So for the first back of the deck energy coming from the tarot, you have the 6 of Cups upright. And it says comforting connection, tenderness, sweet things in life, shared moments, innocence, and soulmate. We have the Sun card here, and I believe that is Scorpio. Yes, it is. All right. Next up, for essential oil card for back of the deck energy, you have cassia oil with the keyword confidence. Trigger statement being, I can't do that. True statement, I am a light. Step forward and be the bright light that you are. Serve your purpose to the world by sharing your amazing gifts. Okay. And then for the final back of the deck energy for my archetype deck, you received Mediator, with the light attributes being gift for negotiating fairness and strategy in personal and professional life, respect for both sides of an argument. And then the shadow attribute is negotiating with an ulterior motive or hidden agenda, either personally or professionally. Okay. Put this here. There's like this exhaustion. I felt so much fatigue when I tried to connect to your energy originally, and I was like, is that me? Like, am I feeling like an edge of burnout? Like, should I not record this reading for pile number 2 today? Should I pick it back up tomorrow? Like, I was trying to debate on that. And then I shared it out loud while I was preparing your pile, and it went away. The second I named it, the second I brought awareness to it and I brought it outside of me, I realized, oh crap, that's not me. That's pile number 2's energy. And so there's some confusion here. There's like a mix up. Like when I channel your energy, pile number 2, it's not that you're like torn between two things. At least I don't feel like there might be like this idea of having to choose something. Eventually you have self-agency, like you're going to have to make a choice of some kind. Obviously, like in life, every situation where we have to make a choice, right? Whether we stay in the situation or get out. But that's not what I'm feeling. It doesn't feel like you're torn on something, but more so flustered, exhausted in the sense of like constantly, I'm seeing like a bunch of output, but there's no input. Does that make sense? Or like you're overdoing, you're over absorbing. So it's like you're receiving so much information, way too much, and then you're like throwing up so much stuff, I guess. I don't know. It just feels like really fast, really intense, but it's so freaking exhausting to stay on. You know, imagine staying on like the same roller coaster for like 2 hours. Wouldn't you get sick of it? Wouldn't it be like exhausting? Wouldn't it make you dizzy? Wouldn't your like nervous system be like shot because of the adrenaline you had to keep releasing to go through those like drops and stuff? So that's kind of what I'm feeling though, and it's uncomfortable. It's tiring, irritable. Okay. So that's really what I'm picking up on, at least channeling right now. But I haven't really dived into everything just yet. I want to kind of just look at where the Syndicator cards are going to be leading us first before we look at the tarot. I just dropped those. Let me pick them up. See, I feel like hazy. So maybe I might make some like slip-ups or something throughout your reading today, because I feel like I'm just like a little clumsy right now. All right, so first up, sorry, that was a little yawn. We have Pluto with transformation. So Pluto, intensity. Oh, okay, what's interesting, Pluto technically rules Scorpio. And then also, the original ruler of Scorpio is Mars. So there's action, there's intensity, there's a rebirth, there's, I guess you could say renewal, but this feels more like catastrophic, intense energy, in the sense of like the actions you're taking are kind of catastrophic to your well-being, to your health, to something. I don't know what they're catastrophic towards, but that's the energy I'm picking up on. Like there's an extremeness to this. Not to mention we also have Sun and Scorpio here with the Six of Cups. So Scorpio energy is here strongly. Okay. Next up for the Citadel, we have the Guide with inheritance and correction. The Guide. Interesting. I'm going to have to sit on this card. And then we have assistance and spirit guide. Oh. Wow. Now I think I'm understanding the guide card. And then lastly, we have the Alchemist with balance, invention, and destruction. Solve. Coagula. Sorry, I was reading the words. balance, invention, destruction, very different energies, polarizing things. It's interesting to me because there's similarities with pile number 1, but also extremely different. There's similarities in terms of the polarizing energies, but the reasoning for why this is happening, the loop and the pattern you're getting pulled, like what it is specifically, is very different in comparison. Does that make sense to pile number 1? So now for the significator cards, the additional ones. First up, we have the 3 of Wands upright with the Sun in Aries, and it says manifest your dreams, manifesting big developments, travel for pleasure, work or love, level up, progress. Next up, we have the King of Cups in reverse, and it says, what is this? This is Cancer, right? But it says emotional immaturity, overly emotional, manipulative, moody, repressed, withdrawn, focused on inner feelings, emotionally unavailable. The second to last one, we have the King of Swords in reverse, and it says authoritarian, sarcastic, cold, controlling, unbending, lacks integrity, sharp, drunk on power, a loose cannon. Pew, pew, pew. And then lastly, we have the High Priestess in reverse, where it says keeping it all in. We have the Moon in Scorpio here. Disconnected, withholding, suppressed. Oh, this is Libra. I forgot to mention that. Disconnected, withholding, suppressed, intuition, secrets, missing information, isolation, kept in the dark. All right, I have to look at all the tarot now because this changes things a little bit for me. All right, so we're gonna just look at everything all at once. First up, we have the 7 of Cups upright. Again, we have Mercury in Scorpio. A lot of Scorpio. Unclear, illusion, confusion, lacking focus, wishfulness, shiny object syndrome, wild imagination. Okay. Next up, we have the 8 of Wands in reverse. Slowing down. This is, no, so sorry. This is Venus in Scorpio. Venus in Scorpio. And then this is Mercury in Sagittarius. Lack of focus, lost momentum, energy block, on hold, delays, stall, take time to align. Okay, this is helping now. Then we have the Knight of Cups upright. This is, oh, Knight of Pentacles upright, my bad. We have Virgo energy here, connected to nature, conservative, practical, hardworking, responsible, protective, defensive, persistent, stubborn, patient, loyal, and slow. And then for the last card that goes on its own here, we have Strength, ruled by Leo, Sun in Leo. Invisible force, gentle persuasion, compassion, confidence, courage, self-belief, infinite potential, personal power, influential, and wisdom. And then now the cards that are clarifying these 3. The one clarifying the 7 of Cups upright is the Star card upright, ruled by Aquarius. Wish granted, contentment, your spirituality, inspiration, altruistic, serenity, purpose, renewal, healing, hope, calm, and faith. Okay. This is such a okay, this is very different from pile number 1 now that I'm like really looking at it all. And I'm sorry that it's cut off. I'm trying to figure out what I can do to like be able to move this up. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Can I do that? I don't even think I can do that. I'm gonna have to like figure out a way to assistance, spirit guides. Okay. And then the Alchemist. We'll place that over here for now. Did that help? Did that help? Okay. Actually, I'll place that. Oh, this goes here. Now, clarifying the Eight of Wands in reverse, we have Judgment upright, and it says needing the call or heeding the call. And this is Libra. New spiritual story. Forgiveness, awakening, evaluation, mission, rebirth, action, decision, renewal. And then lastly, clarifying the Knight of Pentacles upright, we have the Hermit in reverse, ruled by Virgo. Oh, how interesting. So we got Virgo here, Virgo there, but this is Saturn and Mercury energy. And then I always forget what that sign is. I don't know what that sign is. I forgot what it is. But self-absorbed, paralyzed by fear, antisocial, isolation, paranoia, restrict, forcefulness, powerlessness, loneliness, and folly. Okay. Wow, a lot of shit to unpack. Okay, so when it comes to the loop and pattern that you keep getting pulled back into, pile number 2, I want to make something extremely clear. This thing is not on accident. Okay, the thing that you are in the loop with or about, this was divinely meant to happen. Okay, you're not doing anything wrong. There's no such thing as a wrong choice, wrong path in life, wrong this, wrong that, no such thing. But this specifically, this specific experience, this specific loop, this specific pattern you keep getting pulled back into, its purpose is to aid you in the development towards a dream of yours, a calling of yours, a passion of yours, something that you've always deeply wanted. But going through it is hard because there's a lot of disappointment, or there's been a lot of disappointment along the way. And I feel like this loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into is something you experience while you're trying to attain something. So this could be like a personal development journey, or like a personal goal, a project, something like that. Or it could just be like you're in a relationship, right? This is just examples I'm giving you guys. Like you're in a relationship and you're trying to like show up well, be a good partner, but sometimes you keep slipping up, you know, and you make mistakes here and there. And that's absolutely okay because you're human. But what matters is that you keep trying, you know, and the person acknowledges it and they appreciate it. But you need to acknowledge that for yourself and stop being so hard on yourself. Like there's something here about like a loop or pattern that you keep getting pulled back into, but it has to do with something that you find extremely important to you. Like it's in the midst of something, an experience that was divinely meant to happen. It's the experience that you're meant to have to get you from A to B of some kind. But I feel like I'm talking too direct. If I say A to B, I feel like that's inaccurate in a way because there's so much intricacy here. It's an intricate situation. There's more to it than just A to B. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I'd be doing a disrespect. It would be wrong of me to just say A to B because this is so much more than that. It's some intense and serious. This is a serious energy. There's a serious thing coming through. Let me just change out my battery really quick, guys, because my battery's going to die. Okay, I'm back. So let me just sit with this because this feels like such a serious reading and situation. And I want to honor it with a lot of respect and really do what I can right now. So mediator. Okay, attention, red flags. You're learning a lot right now, like a ridiculous amount, pile number 2. In this situation, like you feel like you're in a lot of bad loops in the middle of some sort of journey you've been trying to go through. But every loop or little cycle you go through, you learn something in it. And it's like sprinkles of knowledge. It's like a little thing here and there, a little thing of information, a little wisdom, a little humbling, something that is benefiting you on this journey. So it's weird, you know, because I was like surprised. I was like, as I was revealing these cards, the significator cards especially, I was like, what the F? Like, we're looking at the looper pattern that you keep getting stuck in, you know? What is it? What keeps holding you in there? And one of the things that keeps holding you in there is yourself because of how much you care about this thing. But you're protecting the progress so tightly. This is the looper pattern that you keep getting pulled back into. This idea of having to protect something so tightly because of the fear that if you loosen your grip, it's just going to slip right through your fingers. And so there's such a drive, there's such a passion, there's so much vision for this thing that you want it to be so much more than what it is right now. And so a lot of you guys that chose this pile, I am not a doctor, okay? Entertainment purposes only. But I do feel like some of you guys might feel like you're very neurodivergent in nature. Like you feel like you think differently than most. You feel like easily misunderstood by people. You always have such a wide range of ideas. When you get really inspired by a topic, like you can talk for so much about it or so long about it. And there's this exciting energy here of like, you know, like when a little kid wants candy and they're at the supermarket with their parent, and let's say they're sitting in the shopping cart, and they're like, can I have candy? Can I have that thing? And then the parent's like, no, honey, like we can't get that today, but maybe next week. And then they're like, I want it now. And then they try to fight you on it, and you have to say no. The parent has to put their foot down. And then maybe the little kid starts to have a tantrum because they're not getting what they want. And then the parent is the one that has to like try to regulate through that and ignore it, kind of hold space and continue doing their thing. But then they also got to think about all the other people there. And now they're getting anxious and stressed, and they have to still stay calm and contain on the outside. And then now they're feeling embarrassed. Now they're feeling this. There's a lot of angst. There's a lot of excess. There's a lot of strong emotions here towards this thing. And that's where the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into is like living in. It's living in this thing that there's really strong emotions towards. But what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to get across with that, there's refusal to back down. And that's actually a loop or pattern that you do keep getting pulled back into because you're learning through this loop and pattern how to navigate the thing that you feel so emotionally like a strong thing towards in a way that actually aids in your growth rather than holds you back even more. But the only way to do that is to stay laser focused on the angle. So like for the kid, obviously a kid, like their brain isn't fully developed, but let's just pretend that the brain's fully developed. And then in their head, instead of thinking, I want it now, I want this candy now, they gotta say, okay, but I can get it next week. I'm gonna wait till next week, you know? Or they have to think, oh, in order to get this candy next week, I have to do this and that and this. I don't know. I'm just trying to give you examples. Like, there's not enough breaking down steps, and there's too much looking at things at face value here in the sense of like, I want it now. Like, this is what I want so strongly that because when you desire something, when you have a lot of passion towards something, pile number 2, I really feel like your inner reserves get so charged up in like the best way. And maybe you might even get creative. Maybe you'll have like an influx of ideas come through on this thing. It's like in the middle of, let's say you're working on a business plan, in the middle of working on the business plan, you haven't even gotten the clients, you haven't even promoted or launched anything for marketing, and you just get a whole influx of brand new ideas to include in your business model. And like, you're like, oh damn, like this sounds so cool. Like, how am I going to implement that? And I got to do that. I want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do here. I want to go there. Oh, I want to go local. Oh, I want to go digital. Oh, I want to market in person. I also want to market on the computer. I want to make a video ad, and I want to like, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, I want to go on social media. I want to show up on Insta. Like, that's a lot. And that is an example of what I went through when I was building my business. So ADHD over here, So what I'm trying to say, because of that, it creates too much. It creates too much excess energy being put into something when there should be like a gradual release of energy into this thing at a consistent and steady pace. And the cycle here, the loop, the pattern you keep getting pulled back into is this over excitement, this like you're putting too much of like everything into this, and it's making you think you have to do it all at once, when in reality you're meant to like slow it down and take it like step by step. And it frustrates you. You let yourself get overwhelmed very strongly pile number 2. And I feel like that is the big loop or pattern. You keep getting pulled back into this, like, oh my God, like this is too much. Like, oh my God, I can't feel this. And it's because you're trying to please everyone too quickly. When in reality, this is a step-by-step process and you got to protect your progress. But in order to protect it, you got to let yourself look into your future. And if you have those ideas, great, write them down, but go back to them after the foundational things are set. Like, that's just an example, okay? Like, just put that into your situation as it makes sense. You know what I mean? But this is all meant to happen. Like, this isn't something that's like a detour. I don't want you to think this is like a dead end. There's something extremely valuable that is unraveling through this entire experience, okay? I want to make that extremely clear. Now let's see what keeps this loop going. So what keeps this loop going, we did get some back of the deck energies here. Hold on, I'm just trying to see what this is. So this is what keeps this loop going. Okay. So for the back of the deck energy, for what keeps this loop going, we have obsession, release the chains of thought, and free your mind. And there's like sub-words. Here it says, I don't know if you can see it, it's really dark. Fixation, compulsion, and preoccupation. Like wanting an outcome so bad that it's kind of making you lose sense of reality a little bit and what's actually in your surroundings and what's actually needed, like the steps you actually have to take right now. You're getting a little over your head. When in reality, this is you just navigating what it takes to go to the thing, to embody the thing, to reach the A to B. Does that make sense? Like, this is all meant to help you learn how to become an invisible force, a force to be reckoned with. That's so cool. Like, I love this for you. And I love that this came up in this type of reading topic because there's like, it just feels so affirming. Like, I can only imagine sitting on your end of the screen and just, I can imagine people getting emotional hearing this because this is an exhausting journey. Okay, I want to make that extremely clear. When I was channeling your energy pile number 2, this was not light. This is extremely serious energy. The fact that we have Scorpio and it has come up so many times, along with Virgo just layering on top of itself, there's like a self-attack thing going on here because of how deeply you care about this thing. And it's like you're learning how to hone in on your power. You're learning how to hone in on your force through going through this pattern. And did I say pattern? You're learning how to hone in on your power through going through this pattern. Sorry, that is what I meant. It's like you're learning how to pick yourself back up and go through these motions too. Okay, so where do I want to place this? Place it here. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's enough. Okay, so this is for the first thing of cards. Trying to debate where I want to place these. Okay, I'm gonna have to cut this stuff off. I'm sorry about that. What's keeping this loop going? So we have 4 cards here. Okay, screw this. I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna move these cards out of the way. I'm gonna keep the significator cards at the top. I'm just gonna slide them down here. Okay, because I will not have any space. And we have more back of the deck energy. So for the other back of the deck energy, before we look here, I'm gonna move this. Oof. Okay, so for the other back of the deck energy, you guys also received the 4 of Wands. So now we're looking at what keeps this loop going. I forgot to say that. So we're looking at what keeps this loop going, as in like what is feeding it, like what is allowing it to, what's giving it the fire, what's igniting it to continue happening. So we did receive the 4 of Wands and then the 3 of Cups, and then underneath that, it was the 7 of Swords. And that was the back of the deck energy. And I wanted to take these cards out, and I normally never do this, but I just felt so called to keep them there. And this is my Chakra Wisdom Tarot deck. So this is the heart chakra with the green, yellow is the solar plexus, and the purple color is the crown chakra because the indigo is the third eye here. There's too much options. Like, what keeps this loop going is this idea of having to like people please or over negotiate is what I'm hearing. Over what it like mediator, like over, what's the word? Like you're trying to please everybody. You're over something. I can't think of the word. There's a word I'm trying to think of, but I can't think of it. Over something. That's driving me insane. If you guys know the word I'm trying to say, let me know in the comments, please, because that is going to bother me. Overcompensating, I think. Maybe. Overcompensating. You might be overcompensating just to please everybody around you. So examples of that for this, what's keeping this loop going is this, like, you have a fear of rejection perhaps, or a fear of abandonment, but I feel like this is more fear of rejection. There's a fear of rejection in the sense that if you don't include this or that, it's gonna get rid of this group of people. Or again, I'm going to keep going into the business metaphor or example here. Like, if you're not considerate of visual people and you are only making a video of you talking, but you don't have an interactive video that's educational and it shows pictures and visuals of the thing you're trying to describe, then you're discluding that group of people. And so you feel like before you go launch something, you need to make X, Y, and Z to make sure that that group of people is also considered, and so you don't miss out on anything. Like, there's this idea of like this fear of getting it wrong. And you really want to prove something. You really want to show that you're capable. And you want everyone to feel satisfied, like when they see this thing. But then you're doing a self-deception thing to yourself, because then you're getting over obsessed over it, you know? The Seven of Swords, since it's associated with the crown chakra in this deck, the crown chakra, from a chakra psychology standpoint, you know, that's what I do in my trauma-informed work with clients. When we look at it from a chakra psychology perspective, the wound that is associated, the shadow that is associated with the crown chakra is attachment. So that's obsession. That's attachment, right? You are overly obsessed on something and you're attached to getting this right. You're not being fully authentic to you though, because then you're going to keep morphing to show up in a bunch of different ways. And it's not, with the King of Swords in reverse, that's the loop or pattern. It's, you don't have your head on right now. Pile number 2 because of this. And I mean that in the most loving way. I'm saying and I'm talking in the way that Source wants me to deliver this message, okay? So sometimes it could come off really cutthroat, but just know everything's coming from a place of so much unconditional love, okay? I'm a mirror. No one is above you. No one is beneath you. We are all equal in this. Is me sharing this to you as the reader, the channeler, and you, the viewer and the listener, okay, my love? I just want to make that clear. But let's keep going. So for what keeps this loop going, right? We're continuing there. We have completion, ruled by the sacral chakra. And then we have wisdom, ruled by the heart chakra. So that's the beauty here. Like, well, let's look at these two first before, let me keep my mouth shut. We have the Four of Pentacles, ruled by the heart chakra, and the Four of Cups, heart chakra. You fall, and then you pick yourself back up. You fall, and then you pick yourself back up. But you're not, are you learning through every fall, or are you just trying the same thing and expecting a different result? Are you only focusing on a fixed way of doing things? And do you think that you're not going to get the outcome you want if you do it any other way? Because there's limitless ways to this thing, but you keep obsessing over just getting it right, that it's exhausting. It makes it hard to even start, because the idea, like the amount of thought and imagining and the picturing, the envisioning you do to the situation, it gets super exhausting. Like, it's hard, it makes it harder than it needs to be. Remember when I was saying that energy earlier? It keeps looping because of how much this matters to you. It is something you're really passionate about. But the thing is that pile number 2, what keeps this loop going is the idea to like prove something, show something to everyone, to make something for everyone, to have everyone be a part of it. There's something here where you're thinking too much on the grander scale of things, and not enough like focusing in on like a niche. Does that make sense? Like, let me give you an example. Again, I'm going to stick to the business thing because that's the way that I'm able to like explain it to you in the best way without my brain hurting. Okay, I'm just going to use me for an example. Healing work. Okay, so I am a trauma-informed facilitator of deep healing and soul remembrance. I kid you not. There are so many different ways to tackle or look at healing work. And healing work is the umbrella of like a bunch of different things. And under that umbrella lies so many different ways to look and tackle healing work, to do healing work. It can go range all the way to yoga therapy, to sound therapy, art therapy, physical therapy, tarot card readings, shadow work readings, which is what I do, chakra psychology healing, Reiki, astrology, what else? Massage, herbalism, shamanism. You know, there are so many different ways to do healing work, therapy, counseling in general, clinical stuff, doctors. There are so many different ways to do this. But there's an idea here where somebody is trying to be too much of everything for everyone, and you're not focusing. And if you want to go even deeper into there, you can say, okay, yeah, I pick yoga therapy, but in the yoga therapy, are you just trying to be a yoga therapist for as many different clients as possible? So, because that's what I went to school for. Are you going to study and specialize in pain care for people with chronic pain? Or are you going to specialize more in trauma-informed care so you can work with sex trafficking survivors, PTSD, CPTSD, schizophrenia, bipolar, mental health ailments, eating disorders? There is yoga therapy things for that, and you can specialize in those different categories. There's subcategories within a bigger category, and that's from a bigger category of things. So what I'm trying to say, there's not enough honing in, and it's because you're trying to be everything at once, and it's exhausting. But through this attempt, it's like it's teaching you a lot. Like, you are learning a ridiculous amount. So it feels like you're on your way, like you are on your way somewhere good, and you're gaining a lot of experience. You do have like support in it, support in the journey, but at the same time, it kind of feels like, are you doing this because it feels true to you, pile number 2? Or are you doing these things in reference to the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into? Are you doing this thing because you think it's gonna get you more people in the end? Because there's this like thing where the ego's trying to get something out of this, but I don't know. Okay, actually, let's keep going. We're gonna look at why you stay in it, which is the second question that we ask in the second section. So, why does pile number 2 stay in this? Why do you stay in this loop / pattern? So for the other back of the deck energy, sorry, I'm yawning again. We have the 7 of Wands, and that's also ruled by the crown chakra. So attachment, obsession, like wanting to stand your ground on this, again, with judgment. So judgment coming through again. Like, there's this idea here, like, this is what I'm meant to do. This is how I'm meant to do it. There's stubbornness here. And then for the other back of the deck energy, for my Malefique Lenormand deck, you have boat with the number 3 with the 10 of spades. Oh, ship. Why did I say boat? I don't know. Ship. Same thing. I'm joking. Technically, it's not. But, okay, so we have ship. And then these are the cards. Oh, and we have one more back of the deck energy. My bad. So, why you stay in it, pile number 2? Because the timing isn't right yet. And I thought this was interesting to me because I see this as what you're telling yourself. Why you stay in it? Because the timing isn't right yet. But that's the obsession. The obsession is trying to get to some sort of fantasy perfection of some kind when in reality, like, that's a facade. There's no such thing as perfection. Everything isn't perfect, and you learn as you go. But there's this fear that if you do it that way, you're gonna be ashamed. You're gonna be failing in some way or capacity. But you have to protect yourself. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to go through the journey. Okay, so for the cards for why you stay in it, I'm gonna layer them here. All right. Let me move these now. Okay. I just realized you guys can't see that. I'm sorry for the cutoff, but that's what I can work with. That's the best I can do. All right, so for the tarot, we got tarot here as well. Let's look at everything. So first up, why you stay in it, why you stay in this loop. Because you need to focus on yourself. I know you do. I know you do. And that's why it feels like you're doing, this is where it gets so interesting. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Let's just look at the rest of the cards first. For the Malefique Lenormand, you have the number 7 with snake. This is immediately reminding me of the 7 of Swords that we just saw right here. With the Queen of Cloves. The other Y card. To make space for something greater. I know, pile number 2. I know. And then for the other Lenormand card, you have tree with the number 5, the 7 of hearts. Sevens are following like crazy. Pile number 1 also had a lot of 7s. If some of you guys did feel called to pile number 1 and pile number 2, this could be a confirmation that you're meant to go to pile number 1 immediately right now. You just stop this reading and just go straight there. You don't continue on to this reading. If not, continue listening, okay? And then for Chakra Wisdom card, you have creation ruled by the crown chakra. I know, you're in the middle of creating something amazing and magnificent for yourself. I see that. I see that very loud and clear. Pile number 2. I'm going to place this here. But what you need to understand is that with all of this, hold on, let me just move this. With all of this, can you see this better? If I do this, I'm like overthinking so hard. You see how I'm trying to please everybody? I'm like channeling your energy so aggressively. You know what? Screw this. I'm going to move this. I ain't doing it. I ain't falling for it. I'm just going to move this to the side. The things that are out of the way, I can see on my side, okay? So, why you stay in it? You stay in it because this is something that's important to you. This is something you care about deeply, pile number 2. Like, I kid you not, this is part of your journey to get to the A to B, to get to the journey, to get to the outcome that you want. Whether it's love, whether it's a career, whether it's this journey, this project, whatever, a self-development of some kind, stepping in your... There's something here. This is all meant to help you get there. But the way that you're looking at it isn't from a place of empowerment and authenticity. You're trying to mold yourself kind of like a chameleon and force yourself to be everything for everyone when that's literally impossible, and it's going to exhaust you, and it's not going to feel fun. If anything, it'll make you feel apathetic at one point because you're going to dread doing it all. So let's look at the meanings for these Malefique cards. And we didn't get ship. We didn't see what ship meant. So let's look at ship first. So for ship, we have new openings, adventure, and it's landing on the page 5. Traveling, departure, farewell. So you know it's the journey. Yeah, this is just emphasizing the journey. But 555 is also of significance here. We have tree, roots, being rooted, growth, health, past connections. And then snake, danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, wisdom. Conspiracy. So it's kind of like you're filling your head up with all these different views and ideas on what needs to be included in order for it to be great. 7 plus 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12, yeah. Your subconscious, it's kind of starting to cloud things. It's murking things up. Remember when I first started your reading, I said I was feeling like my brain has like fog over it and it's making it hard. This is what's going on for you right now, pile number 2. This is exactly what is happening. Like, why you stay in it is because you think you have to. You think this is what it takes. You think you, like, there's this idea of like self-sacrifice in some way, shape, or form here, and it breaks my heart because if something is genuinely meant for you, yes, there is going to be like a form of like perseverance. You know, there's going to be hard work, blood, sweat, and tears sort of thing that you're going to have to go through. But you're not supposed to sacrifice yourself in terms of lose who you are to get it. And there's a little bit of a betrayal towards yourself here because you think that that's what's necessary right now, or at least that's how you're acting on it. And I don't know why. So let's look at the tarot, because there is tarot that came here, right? So first up, we have the 6 of Cups. This is ruled by the 3rd eye chakra. 6 of Cups coming through twice. Okay. Next up, we have the Knight of Pentacles, ruled by the throat chakra. The Magician, that is clarifying the 6 of Cups. Okay, screw this, I'm going to move it. Ooh. Okay, so 6 of Cups. Clarifying the 6 of Cups, and then the Knight of Pentacles being clarified by the 9 of Cups. So sacral chakra energy, kind of driving forward everything. So there's emotional overload right now. Emotional overwhelm. You want to be able to do it all. The 9 of Cups with being clarified by, like, you think you need to. Why you stay in it? Because you want to. This is something that's really, really, really important to you. Another thing that's also coming through is this is new. Okay, like this is all a new experience. What's keeping this loop going is you obsessing over it being a new experience. Ooh, I'm understanding now. Your mind gets super fixated on things too strongly sometimes, pal number 2. And so another loop or pattern you can keep getting pulled back into is this idea of like overwhelm, and you let your mind hyperfixate so strongly on this and the goal, the end goal, that you start letting yourself get paranoid. You think too hard, too long on it. It develops burnout. Maybe you've gotten yourself sick. Like maybe you've ended up getting sick quicker or more stressed out quicker. Or maybe you're getting stress-induced headaches now. Like this is showing up in physical symptoms because you just care so deeply about doing this right. There's so much drive. There's so much fire. There's so much force. But you're losing yourself in the process. You're abandoning your truth in the process, pile number 2. You're ignoring your body's cues. You're ignoring what your nervous system is trying to tell you. Are you moving at the capacity of your body? Or are you trying to bypass the capacity your body's trying to speak to you about to get something done on your to-do list? And the reason you stay in it is because of how badly you've wanted this entire time, but the way that you're tackling it isn't serving you. You're going to be able to get it all done. You do have all the resources. Yes, pile number 2. All the ideas, whether it's what I said earlier or if it's what I'm saying now. Pile number 2, I want to make it extremely clear. All of this is going to work out for you. But you need to listen to your body. It is extremely important that you do. It is important that you ask yourself, why am I trying to override what my body's been trying to tell me? Why am I trying to override all of this and let myself over obsess about things or stall on the very thing that I want to do because it feels like too much, too fast, too soon, when in reality, I'm exactly ready for this next big thing. And the only reason why I'm so scared is because I know exactly what it's going to take for me to get there. But this is also something that's extremely important to me too, so I have to be willing to do it and try. And try you will. You're in this process of developing the confidence, developing the strength, the courage to get there. But you can't be doing it in the way that you've been doing it. I want to make that clear. Regardless of how you're looking at this, regardless of how you're plugging in everything, we're talking about in your situation, your unique situation, pile number 2, you can't keep doing it the way you've been doing it. And what sucks is that I feel like not a lot of people have told you this. Like, people have applauded you for your progress. Like, they're looking at it, but it doesn't feel like, even when they applaud you or they recognize your efforts or they recognize how hard you've been putting in work, you're still tired. And that's how you know that you're not working at the capacity or at the pace that's meant for you. You're bypassing that. And then so when you show up again, you're going to get more drained. You're not going to have the right headspace. And then you're going to overthink it. Things get cloudy. And then you start overwhelming yourself. And then before you know it, you're going to feel overstimulated over this, over that. Just too much, too fast, you know? So that's why you stay in it. And when does this pattern start to shift? I'm very curious. So let's take a look at that together. I want to know when this pattern starts to shift for you. Okay, so for timing, we're going to see what these angel answer cards have to say. But before that, sorry if I keep yawning, guys. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. We did get a sideways card for my Enchanted Maps deck, and we got some Wisdom of the Oracle cards. And for back of the deck energy, for when this pattern starts to shift, this is the third section we're exploring. This is the first question to the third section. We have Sacred Pool, where 4 and 7 add to 11. So I feel like this is about like rebirth or re-immersing yourself in your truth, like the beginning of your why. Like, why did you start this? What is your emotional why that led you to beginning this journey in the first place? And are you still connected to it in the way that is heart aligned? Because when you started this, it was heart aligned, pile number 2. But then somewhere along the way, fear started to run the show. So we're going to read what the book has to say about this card, because I do feel really called to explore that with you. I'm going to move these cards here for now. All right. And then for the other back of the deck energy we have here, for when this pattern starts to shift, is let go. So there might be time cards, like time frame cards, in terms of the when this pattern starts to shift. It's just a matter of what card source wanted to let come out. But for the back of the deck, we do have let go. And 7 of Wands, you know, that's the opposite of letting go. So 777 is strongly coming here. I do highly recommend that you write that down and look into the meaning of that number in your own time, my loves. So, all right, before we go here, let's see what Sacred Pool is. Okay, you know what? I'm lying. We're going to look at the cards first, and then we're going to look at Sacred Pool. Okay. Let's look at the sideways card first. We have the number 1 with Bone Collector. So this is the upright and reverse meaning, so we're going to have to explore that in the booklet. I'm just analyzing. Bone Collector, knowledge, ancient knowledge, wisdom. I don't know. You have a lot of power, pile number 2. I really want to make that clear to you. But let's keep going. For an Angel Answers card, you have opportunity. So no timing stuff yet. And then you have, oh, is this in reverse? Yeah. We have the number 32, 3 and 2 adding to 5. Here and now. But it's in reverse. And if you look at the picture, it says the past and the future, and then it says you are here. She's holding a flag that says you are here, but it's in reverse. Next up, you have Imagine with the number 20. And then lastly, we have Observer with 4 and 9 adding to 13. And that is in reverse. And then for the final card, we have Romance. Okay, so there are a couple cards that we're going to want to read in the booklet about. So for Sacred Pool, 47. The world is a reflection of your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. Embody the love you wish to see in the world. When you look into the mirror, do you like what you see? This card asks that you focus on self-love and self-esteem. Ooh, 9 and 4 is showing up again. 4 and 9, 9 and 4. So that's a mirroring number. So 94, 49, those numbers may be of significance to you. Highly recommend you write down 4 and 9. Look that up in your own time, my loves, and combine the meanings of them together. Okay, so reflect by the sacred pool and be at peace with yourself. A detached self-examination made with rigorous honesty is called for now. Can you see how far you've come and how magical your life is? Do you notice the spark of the divine shining through your eyes? When you're conscious that you're the embodiment of spirit, it becomes easier to act in good conscience, then you'll reap the greatest rewards. Your unique service to the world is not only needed but celebrated. See the love within you and know that if you cast it upon the waters, it will return to you tenfold. Be at peace, for you are beautiful and loved. Act with surety and confidence, and success shall be yours, whatever your inquiry. So, immediately, you are capable of more than you realize, pile number 2. I feel like you're starting to realize that now, right? After we explored that, because this is your back of the deck energy. And you're understanding that you just have to take it step by step in stride. So wherever, like, if I needed you to walk away from this reading with anything, the one thing I want you to remember is that you are on the right path and you are doing things the way you're meant to. However, you need to be willing to remember your emotional why. Just keep remembering the origin story, the origin point of your beginning, because you're meant to fall back in love with this journey. It might feel like another thing that could be happening is like you're getting writer's block, so you keep hitting like a burning point of exhaustion, and you're like getting frustrated, like you don't understand why that's happening, but it's because you're overworking yourself. And you're not giving yourself the ability to just settle into the now and rather just keep thinking about the future aggressively at that. The number 13 is standing out to me. So there's something here about death, like letting that go, allowing that to transform you. With Pluto coming through earlier, right? This is meant to help you. Okay, so with that being said, let's look at Bone Collector, because I don't know the reversal meaning for it. But I feel like Bone Collector is about like gathering resources, but let's just look so I can make sure. So Bone Collector was here, my bad. Okay. You are whole and have everything you need within. So I'm going to kind of skim through and see what stands out to me. When the Bone Collector appears, she is asking you to look closely at your circumstances to see if you are finally present or reacting out of past conditioning and unconscious expectations. Whenever we're wounded, especially when we are young, it is as if something essential is stolen from us. We adapt and accept a version of the truth that then sets us up to behave a certain way in the future when faced with a situation similar to the original event. Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. What we know about ourselves thus becomes influenced by a perception of limitation. You may feel unworthy or without courage. You may see yourself as flawed or unlovable, or expect to be criticized. The Bone Collector reminds you that the truth is that you are a powerful being with limitless possibilities. She has kept safe what was stolen from you in the wounding, and is here for you as you reclaim it now. You have everything you believe you lack, and the Bone Collector is your inner resource. Act as if you have what you need, and you'll find you have it after all. Anything is possible with awareness. The wounds of the past need not define you. But then we also have the reversed. The past has a way of repeating itself when you haven't learned the lesson of the original situation. You're faced with this now. The Bone Collector challenges you to see yourself as a whole being and not one who is perpetually trying to heal an old wound. You'll repeat the past if you don't reclaim the things you believe were lost. The information you seek lies in your history. Familiarity in this case isn't an invitation to dance the old dance once again. It is a call to retreat and choose differently. The Bone Collector has a message. If you do what you did, you'll get what you got. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Her warning is delivered with kindness, for she has deep love and respect for you. She will protect you. So you are protected through this experience, okay? With smoky quartz coming through with the topaz, like this is meant for your greater good, you know? But at the same time, when this pattern shifts and starts to shift, with here and now in reverse, there's this idea of when you break away, this pattern is going to start to shift within you when you start to remember the origin story of your reality that you're living in now, and not the origin story of your past reality that you used to once live in, that is actually becoming the thing that has morphed itself into your current reality. Does that make sense? I hope that is not confusing anybody. Because what is going on is there is a lack of discernment between, like, am I responding to this? Am I acting on this from a trauma response way? Or am I responding and initiating and acting on this from a empowered way where I'm discerning, I'm being logical, I'm being rational, you know, it's practical, it makes sense. Because there's obsession to the point where it is exhausting, view pile number 2. And the only way that this changes is when you remember why you're here, and you remember that everything and anything is possible, but you need to come back to that hopeless romantic perspective that you had with this beginning originally. And in order to do that, you have to let go of the things that aren't serving you anymore. And it says meditation brings answers. So one big thing also that will help this pattern start to shift is by exploring your inner world, pile number 2. And this is where I'm actually going to invite anyone that does feel called, and if not, that's absolutely fine. But I believe that when I share these things, they lead me to the right clients. You know, they lead me to the right people that I'm meant to work with in some way, shape, or form. So currently right now I am accepting one-on-one clients. I'm a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. This is just some of the things that I do, but it is not everything I do. But I do use my readings and shadow work to help with my one-on-one work with clients to help them release self-sabotaging tendencies or belief system narratives, things that aren't serving them or never have, things that don't belong to them. And we work one-on-one to create a personalized healing practice, journey, ritual, all of the above to aid you in the process of releasing those things, you know, and I hold you accountable. We do one-on-one live sessions together, we do readings together, and you get to gain so much insight about yourself through a journey of inner world exploration and self-discovery. So if that's something you're interested in, there is a link in the description box down below that will allow you to schedule a free soul clarity call with me, completely free. And there is no pressure, no expectations for us to book anything together. But if that's something you'd be curious to know what I do, what I can offer you, whether we can feel aligned to potentially work together down the road. You know, my door is always open because this is what I do for a living. And it seems like this keeps coming back up because there is something that is kind of rooting you in here. And what's interesting is I feel like you have never been able to really put a pin on it, like put your finger on it until maybe just now, or until, I don't know what that is. I just feel like there's something here that's going to click. It could be in like a dream. I'm hearing nightmare, so I don't know what that means. Or maybe it could have been a nightmare. There was something. You could have had a nightmare recently that you didn't understand what it meant, and then now you're understanding what it meant by listening to this reading. I don't know what that is, but there's something here about nightmare. That's just what came through in my mind. Or it could feel like you're living in a nightmare, but because a nightmare can feel like you're... Okay, so I watched this show once, and what I'm picturing is like, normally they say like hell, H-E double hockey stick, is like when you're stuck in like the same thing, and no matter what you do, like there's still a bad outcome and you have to keep reliving that terrible thing. And I feel like this is kind of what's happening, but it's because like you've become so obsessed that you've lost track on reality, and you're kind of stuck in this facade. And like, remember what I said, the foggy brain, it's like that. You're stuck in that. So that's really, really interesting. But in terms of timing, my loves, this is dependent entirely on whether you take this opportunity or not. Take this opportunity to take off the blindfold and start being brutally honest with yourself. So, you know, like I said, that's why I did feel called to share my one-on-one work, because I do offer something called my Inner Foundations Intensive. And it is like a 14-week thing where we work one-on-one. It's like my signature private container that I do. And you're going to get like intake forms. You're going to get to explore. We do shadow work together. And I hold space to aid you in being able to become your own inner healer in time. You know, we're going to get to uproot those things. And it sounds scary, but I try to show people that these things, yes, they are scary, but you don't have to be scared of them. You don't have to be scared of the process. I have seen shadow versions of myself through meditation. I have seen the scariest things and I have cried. I have gripped onto my lap, onto my fabric of my pants, crying, tense as heck, apologizing to those versions of myself. And the healing that comes along with it, guys, I cannot even fathom how worth it the entire journey is. So if that is something you want to know more about, like I said, let me know in the by scheduling a free soul clarity call with me, okay, my loves? But I'm going to try to see if I can try to give you any other form of timing for when this pattern starts to shift. Like if you were to stay here, but I feel like this is where choice comes in. But when does this pattern start to shift for pile number 2? So we got the Chariot. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 2? Okay, so back of the deck here is the 10 of Pentacles. We have the 9 of Pentacles and we have the Lovers in reverse. Okay, so again, it's telling me that it's like when you start taking charge of your own life, reclaiming your own power. 9 of Pentacles is about that. And don't let yourself feel so torn anymore. Like you're capable of all of this more than you realize. That's what the cards keep saying. But you need to be discerning and protect your discernment once you make your decision final. That's the most important thing. So there is no timing. It starts whenever you want to. It can start right now, this process. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think that's what the cards are indicating. So, okay, now we're going to be seeing how it changes. So how is this physically going to change the reality for you once everything, this loop starts to shift for you? Okay, so to do that together, we got these cards and we have one back of the deck energy that came through, which is alligator. And it says stealth, swift, take a big bite out of life, good fortune, dynamic, primal instincts, ancient wisdom, move quietly but strike with great force. So this is reminding me of your roots. Like this is reminding me of someone who's kind of aggressively exploring their past, or they're being like cutthroat honest with themselves right now about the things that are haunting them beneath the surface. And the reason why I'm saying haunting beneath the surface is because crocodiles or alligators, they're prehistoric, right? But they're still here. And they love to be in murky swamp, you know, swamps and things like that. And I'm thinking of like those waters that where you can't necessarily see them swimming. And so there's this idea here that that's where you're supposed to go under. And I think you've known this for a while now, but you kept avoiding it out of fear of like overwhelm. But I'm telling you, the overwhelm happens because you haven't explored it. It's not going to go away until you look at it. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, so how it changes. Oh, we got a lot of tea leaf cards for you guys as well, but we have high honor with the number 2 and 5 adding to 7. You have 7s all over your reading, guys. This is crazy. Next up, you have umbrella. Femininity, fashion, shelter, prestige, power, protection, prosperity, royalty, a need for protection. And then we have the number 22 with official person. And then we have pink with conservation, save your pennies, healthy choices, intelligence, don't run away with your blank, spending and moderation. Okay, and okay, so we got 3 categories of tea leaves that did come through. So for the first 2 combined, you have the 4-leaf clover with great good fortune, and it's combined with the month of the year of November, okay? So that's something to keep in mind. Great good fortune in November. Okay, I'm just moving these so we don't get confused. All right, so great good fortune and November. Next up, we get a nice little setup here. These all go together. We have wreath, sorrow over a loss. All right. Dagger, fear, worries, and tense situations. Pin, new job / career. Flute, disappointment in a friend or lover. And horseshoe, good luck. And then lastly, the setup we have here. I'm going to move these cards. Okay, we have a couple. We have cobweb, protected from negative forces beyond your control. Love. Kangaroo, unsettled times, need to plan ahead. The month of April. And dog barking, advice from a friend. Okay. So how it changes. I'm just looking around. There's a person that's going to like ridiculously help you. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because I'm looking at these twos. And for some reason, it's reminding me of like the Two of Cups. Because the Two of Cups is like a soulmate card. And twos, like a two mirroring itself, reminds me of like harmony and balance. So like there's equal give and take. There's a harmony here in souls. And so I feel like there is going to be like a specific person that is going to help you on this journey, whether it is counseling, therapy, working with somebody. And this isn't me trying to say, oh my God, you got to book that call with me. I swear, guys, that's just what I'm seeing with my intuition. It could be a trusted friend. It could be a parent. It could be a teacher. I don't know. A mentor. There's someone here that is going to ridiculously help you. And that's one of the things on how it changes. Because they have a lot of care and love to give. But with April, this could be like something that you've been preparing for since April, since the month of April. Like you've been trying to start this journey for yourself already. Or this could be the upcoming April in the following year or whenever you're watching this, because this is a timeless reading. But I feel like wherever April is closest to you is what this is referring to. So how it changes, there's this idea here of like, you have been carried through this journey since the month of April, or you will be carried through this journey until the month of April or something like that by like a guide of some kind. Things could have ended a lot worse than they did through the trial and error portions of this journey. I don't know what that means, but that's what I'm hearing in my head. And they didn't end in the worst ways because they didn't want you to quit cold turkey. Like there was something here that you were meant to go through, and that's why it feels like a loop and a pattern. That's one thing, but that's not how it changes. So that wouldn't make sense to me, but that's what's coming through in my head. How it changes is when you start taking action for healing yourself, a need for protection, like showing up for you and like listening to your shadow self, listening to your inner child, giving them what it needs, reparenting yourself in the way where you're giving yourself the encouragement and the support and the things you need, the validation, you know, the reassurance. You need to learn how to trust yourself more, pile number 2. And you're going to. But once you start seeing yourself as a high value person, that's when things start to change. But it is going to take time. Just like with pile number 1, it's interesting because you guys do have like this idea of patience. This is going to take a good chunk of time. But by the month of November, it's all going to pay off. Interesting. So this could actually, I'm hearing Scorpio timing. By Scorpio timing, this is what's going to pay off for you. It's going to be worth it, but you need to commit to it, like now. Another thing that's intriguing me is I'm recording this in the month of April. And I want to share this just because it's here, but what I find trippy is that I'm recording this on the month of April. I believe that I'm releasing this video on the month of May 31st, actually, to be exact. So what I find kind of funny is that perhaps this is me, like, talking to you now, right? And then this could be a sign that we're meant to do a soul clarity call, you know? And that could literally be all you need. It could just be that free call. You don't have to commit to anything, my loves. And I know, like, it sounds uncomfortable. It sounds weird. Like, who the hell should I trust? Why should I trust her? She's just on a screen. Dudes, everything you're never going to be fully sure about. But if you feel like there is something to unpack and you're feeling emotionally called towards it, listen to those things. Whenever you have to choose between your head and your heart, always go with your heart, because at least that way you will never ever regret the things you choose. Because look at you. You are still in this loop because it feels heart-led. Does that make sense? You're not regretting any minute of it, but it's exhausting. That's what we're trying to cut you out of. The trauma response that's keeping you in the loop within the thing you're in love with. Okay, and now with this part, the last part of how it changes. So let's look. I feel like this is about your trauma. It changes once the moment you begin to move through the very things that you thought hurt you the most. I feel like there was a specific person in your life that affected you and your self-esteem this much, pile number 2. And this person is going to be the thing that you're going to need to kind of heal and reminisce on a little bit. And once that happens, it's going to feel like a brand new beginning is here. And what's interesting, remember, you got the 4-leaf clover and a horseshoe for good luck. So you have 2 good luck cards. Protected from negative forces. You are so loved. You are so protected. Like, this is all divinely meant to happen. Like, you're listening to this message whenever it has found you, exactly in the timing that it's meant to. I said that I'm delivering this in the month of April, so I just found this really trippy. It is a timeless reading, but I'm not even going to doubt it. This is the way Source wanted me to deliver it to you, and I feel honored. Okay. With that being said, my loves, let us now go into your final messages from Source as well as your higher self. And we are also going to be sharing, you guys got so many of these. You have practical application cards. So, okay, this might not even be a free soul clarity call. This could be you taking action onto these things right now. Ignore the month of April because I'm recording this on the month of April. This could be you doing this now. It changes the second you start listening to the advice or the practical applications. Maybe it's that as well. So it could be like referring to this. All right. So you guys got a lot. You guys got, like, pile number 1 only got 2 cards. You guys got practices to help you build resilience and your mental well-being. And you got self-discovery journaling prompts or exercises to do on your own. So I'm going to zoom in on these and bring them up close to the camera. I'm going to read them out loud, but I would want you to pause the camera on the ones and jot them down, the ones that resonate with you the most, okay? If you apply these things into your life, it will be the thing that's going to aid you in being able to detach from this pattern/loop, okay, pile number 2? So for the first one, you guys received the imposter syndrome. Are your self-doubts getting in the way of your confidence? 70% of us believe that we don't belong because we're not good enough. No one is perfect. When you feel like an imposter, remember what you've accomplished and overcome. Next up, you have the brand of #me. Come up with 5 adjectives you'd like to be known for. What's an advertising slogan that people can remember you by? What's your theme song? What types of images and behaviors align with your brand? Two jacks. So this is genuinely about self-exploration. Oh, okay. So we have a self-discovery one. This is the category of mental clarity. What limiting beliefs are you ready to challenge and change? Ooh, literally love this. What limiting beliefs are you ready to challenge and change? Ooh, category of life. How to balance safety and happiness. How to balance safety and happiness. This is actually a really tough question, but I feel like this would be something really helpful to reflect on. And then consultation. What social role do you want to shed? What social role do you want to shed? And then lastly, for your final exercise you guys received, emotional triggers. Certain situations, memories, and words trigger intense emotions. Identifying them will empower you to respond adaptively. What are your pet peeves? What past events upset you? What topics make you feel uncomfortable? See, this is why I keep picking up on so much hesitation with you guys, and I feels like Source is like really trying to call you out right now. Like this was all meant to happen. Wow. Like you guys found this reading exactly when you were meant to, or this reading found you exactly when it was meant to. This is your calling. This is time. That's why you receive judgment so much. This is judgment day for you, like literally. And to finish it up, guys, you have received 3 animal medicine cards. This is the most animal medicine cards that any pile has ever received in my entire YouTube channel. I was planning on reading the excerpt in the book to share the medicine. So because they're going to be so lengthy, I came up with a game plan of just sharing. I'm going to skim through with my eyes and just look at the things that feel called out to read. I feel called out to read. So for the first animal medicine card you guys received, spider, 4 and 3 adding to 7. Wasn't 43 here like 1,000 times already, or am I tripping? The next animal medicine card you received is bat with number 42. Holy moly. What's crazy, I shuffle my decks extremely hard, so the fact that you got like a descending number. And then lastly, we have 47. So close to each other. Prairie dog. This is the number 11. Again, 11 came through. Look, 47, 47. 47, 47. That's no coincidence. All right, so let's do spider first. Okay, so I'm only going to read the things that I feel called out to read. Let's read the poem. Spider, weaving webs of delight. Weave me a peaceful world, carrying creation in your web, waiting to be unfurled. Spider has the keyword weaving. Spider wove the web that brought humans the first picture of the alphabet. The letters were part of the angles of her web. Spider's body, okay, like I said, I'm skimming. Spider's body is made like the number 8, consisting of 2 lobe-like parts connected at the waist and 8 legs. Spider is the symbol for the infinite possibilities of creation. Her 8 legs represent the 4 winds of change and the 4 directions on the medicine wheel. Spider weaves the webs of fate for those who get caught in her web and become her dinner. This is similar to humans who get caught in the web of illusion in the physical world and never see beyond the horizon into the other dimensions. The web of fate also represents the wheel of life, which does not include any alternatives or solutions. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. Exactly. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our fears and limitations. Spider is the female energy of the creative force that weaves the beautiful designs of life. If Spider has dropped from her web into your cards today, she may be telling you to create, create, create. Look for new alternatives to your present impasse. She can also be warning you that you are coming too close to an entangling situation. Spider could be asking you to use a journal to write out and review your progress. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you becoming a bit too involved in the weaving of your life plans to notice opportunity at the outskirts of your web. Exactly what I am saying. If this is the case, Spider gets your attention so that you notice that something you have woven has borne fruit. Congratulations. Spider caught you just in time before you missed the opportunity on the edge of your web or reality. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. This was meant to come to you because you are ready to begin your healing journey. And I just got goosebumps, so I understand now. You're meant to release this. This is your next thing, the next step to your evolution, your inevitable evolution, pile number 2. I feel so honored that I got to deliver this to you. Now for bat medicine. The poem is, Sacred bat flew to me from the darkness of the cave. Womb-like reflections, answers it gave. Bat birth, death, rebirth, cycles of the whole, never ending, just eclipsed the journey of the soul. Bat is the keyword, rebirth. The basic idea of ancient initiations was to break down all the formal notions of self that were held by the shaman to be. This could entail brutal tests of physical strength and psychic ability, and having every emotional button pushed hard. Taunting and spitting on the initiate was common, and taught him or her, to endure the duress with humility and fortitude. The final initiation step was to be buried in the earth for one day and to be reborn without the former ego in the morning. This ritual is very similar to the Night of Fear practiced by natives of Turtle Island. In this ritual, the shaman-to-be is sent to a certain location to dig his or her grave and spend the night in the womb of Mother Earth totally alone, with the mouth of the grave covered by a blanket. Darkness and the sounds of animals prowling quickly confronts the initiate with his or her fears. Oh my goodness, this is shadow work. As the darkness of the grave has its place in this ritual, so does the cave of Bat. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. This is also the position that babies assume when they enter the world from the womb of woman. If Bat has appeared in your cards today, it symbolizes the need for a ritualistic death of some way of life that no longer suits your new growth pattern. This can mean a time of letting go of old habits and of assuming the position in life that prepares you for rebirth, or in some cases, initiation. In every case, Bat signals rebirth of some part of yourself or the death of old patterns. If you resist your destiny, it can be a long, drawn-out, or painful death. The universe is always asking you to grow and become your future. To do so, you must die the shaman's death. Wow. Shadow work for real. That is intense stuff, pile number 2. And for the last card, we have Animal Medicine, Prairie Dog, with the keyword retreat. Create, rebirth, retreat. Prairie Dog calls me when it's time to rest, when it's time to honor the internal quest. I go into retreat so I may see a way to replenish the potential in me. Wow. Oh my God, I feel so freaking honored. Thank you, Source. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to provide this messages to pile number 2 today. I honor you. I love you. I thank you. I appreciate you. I respect you. I view you. I see you. I value you. Oh my God. Okay. Prairie Dog Medicine teaches that strength and inspiration can be found by retreating into the stillness that quiets the mind. The strength of this medicine is also knowing when and how to replenish your life force. Prairie Dog Medicine people tend to seek self-empowerment in silence and inactivity, where they can assess dreams and visions without the intrusions of worldly chaos. When they re-enter the world, they are profound and powerful anchors of calm resolve amid life storms. A prairie dog has surfaced in your cards today. It may be a warning that your body's fuel gauge is running low. I was talking about this. You might become too exhausted to carry on. You might need a day of silence or retreat from regular activities. Have you put your basic needs at the bottom of the to-do list? Burning the candle at both ends may weaken the punch you can normally pack when tackling the tasks at hand. Take a much needed break before you crash and burn. Prairie Dog teaches you that in order to access gifts of inspiration and renewal, you must be at peace with yourself and rested enough to recognize the blessings being offered. If you have been battling a situation without gaining ground, Prairie Dog reminds you that pushing too hard can create a resistance that doesn't allow for interaction. Take a break. Give it a rest. After a comfortable and relaxed time, you can return with a fresh perspective. In the meantime, the dynamics of the situation may have changed because your retreat allows the present challenge to work itself out. There is ample strength available if you quit pushing and go with the flow. Prairie Dog says its tunnels run both ways. Now it is time to choose the backdoor exit for some rest and relaxation. Create, rebirth, retreat. And there you have it, my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. This is everything I see in your reading today in reference to what is keeping you stuck in the same loop. And I really hope that you guys didn't just gain what you were expecting to get out of this reading, but even more. You know, it was a complete and utter honor to do this reading for you. And when I looked up at my camera, I saw 47, 47. So you have 11, 11 coming through like crazy as well. This is your new rebirth era. Okay? How you choose to move forward after this reading, after you stop listening to this reading, is up to you. But remember, this is all going to work out regardless of whether you choose to do it now or later. But time is of the essence in the sense of like the fire that you have towards this thing. It doesn't stay lit forever or infinitely if you're not tending to it eventually. You know what I mean? So fires always burn out if you don't tend to them or continue to tend to them. And you need to tend to yourself in this way to keep getting the results you're seeking. So with that being said, my loves, I send you guys so much unconditional love. If this reading resonated for you in any way, shape, or form, please give this reading a thumbs up or do what you can to engage with this video, whether it's sharing with someone that you think could benefit from a reading like this. Comment down below and share your story. Share if you picked this pile. I love to hear like your experience, what you're going through, because I know that you guys always are going through very different things. And just show up for each other. I am trying to build a community of like-minded individuals, and I want us to be able to have this energy of like a safe space here where we don't have to be scared of what anyone's going to think or say. We're literally strangers to each other, but we're not strangers in the sense that we all come from the same thing. Whether we can explain where we come from or not, we are all one. We are all interconnected. So never feel ashamed to share your story here. Just know that it is a safe space, and I do everything in my power to ensure that as so. I send you guys so much unconditional love. I'm so proud of you if you made it to the very end of this reading, because I know these readings are hard to listen to. They can be a mouthful. Whether you continue to listen to it slowly, took notes, all of the above, you are showing up for yourself today. So thank yourself. Give yourself a hug. Hopefully I'll see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number threes. You have made it to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, if you're here. And you know that you're in the right space if this is the Significator card that aided you in selecting your pile. So this part of the reading, the video is going to be completely organic, completely raw, completely unedited, so you can see exactly how we get your cards set and prepared in advance before we dive into the reading portion of your video today. Okay, my loves? In reference to what's keeping you stuck in the same loop. So to do this, by the way, I just want to give you guys a little bit of an apology because I am trying to move this light right now to see if it helps with the shadow stuff. I don't know how to get rid of these shadows, guys. Did that help a little bit? I feel like it kind of helped. But, you know, I'm going to keep trying to experiment because I know that I reached a point once where the shadow stuff was like perfect. But then I move my lights and I have 2 Godex lights. So I guess I have to figure out the perfect setup for them again. Hopefully this isn't too bad. I think I like shifted it a little bit. Maybe it fixed it up slightly. But this is what we have to work with. Okay, my loves. So I really appreciate your patience with me on that. But okay, so to dive in, we have a lot of different decks we're going to be shuffling through today. This isn't to say that we're going to be getting, or you guys are going to end up be getting a card within each of the decks that we do shuffle, but I did feel called to use all of these, you know, for each of the individual sections within this reading we're going to be exploring today. With the first one being the loop slash pattern you keep getting pulled back into. So these are the decks that we're going to be shuffling to explore or dive into this first section. All right. And I'm just trying to see if there was anything else that we're using. I don't remember if we were going to be using keeps this loop going. Okay. It's been a couple days since I have come back to this reading because I was not feeling the best with hormone stuff. I don't know if you guys can relate. If any of you guys are biologically female and identify as female, if you guys are on like birth control, I have an IUD and I just got my IUD switched out, and I used to be on Skyla and now I'm on Marina. So it's like 8 years long, it can last. And I just switched it out. I switched it out a little bit early. I still had a year left with Skyla, but it's because my hormones, that whatever it was releasing into my body was going down, and I was able to immediately tell a difference every time I was about to get my period. And so my hormones would just, I don't know how to describe it, guys. It felt like depression, but I knew it wasn't depression. It's just so crazy how hormones can literally mask themselves as so many different mental stuff. And we just have to be so careful. We really need to listen to our bodies. You know what I mean? And so because of the switch though, Marina releases more of a certain type of thing in my body. I forgot what it's called. Progesterone, maybe, versus Skyla does. So now my body, my cycle, my hormones are there. It's trying to get used to it. This new level, this new influx of this constant, consistent release of it. So my doctor said it's going to take like 4 months. I think I'm on like month 3. So, you know, I'm just trying to hang in there. So yeah, it's been a while since I continued diving into this topic, but I'm just trying to remember how we were doing it because we have 2 tarot decks here. So yeah, we're going to be using these for the loop slash pattern you keep getting pulled back into. The second is what keeps this loop going. So we're using those, and then why you stay in it. Yep, the chakra wisdom deck. And then when this pattern starts to shift, and then how it changes is here. Yeah. And then we can use this additional tarot deck if we need clarifications. Okay. Yeah, I'm just remembering. All right, great. So to dive into this, let's just begin shuffling, my loves, okay? For pile number 3. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into? Regardless of when this reading finds them, as this is a timeless reading. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading found them? All right, beautiful. We got 1 card out. Next up, I'm going to shuffle these. Let me fix my little crystal here. Ooh. Okay. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? Okay, so we have 2 that came out here. Next up, yeah, let's fix these. A yin yang deck. What is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into? Regardless of when this reading finds them, what is the loop slash pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into? Wow, you guys got a lot of yin yang cards. That's really interesting to me. Decisions. Okay, this came up right. I feel like there's a reason for that. And I believe this one also came up right. Okay, so these might be significator cards for this first section when we explore it together. All right. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? One more shuffle. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? Okay, so we have back of the deck energy coming through here. The Muse. Interesting. And it says generosity and naivety. Naivety. Ooh, okay. Now we're going to be taking reversals for my Intuit Tarot. So this is the last deck we're going to be shuffling for this section. So what is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into? What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into, regardless of when this reading finds them? As this is a timeless reading and it will find them whenever it is meant to find them. What is the loop / pattern that pile number 3 keeps getting pulled back into? One more shuffle. Ooh. What is the loop / pattern? Okay, so back of the deck here is Summer Solstice with Pinnacle of Success. And there's some timing here as well showing, but we're not going to be exploring that right now. All right, so the cards landed the way that they are meant to, like this. Beautiful. Okay, so these are going to be significator cards. We have 2 back of the deck energies. Great. All right, now for the second section, we have my Malefique Lenormand deck, my Shadow Work deck, my Whispers of Y deck. This is a brand new deck that I just got. I'm so excited to use it today. And my Chakra Wisdom deck here. And then my Chakra Wisdom Tarot deck we're going to be using for the second portion of the second section. Okay. What keeps this? Okay, so I forgot to mention, if nothing comes out for the first question of the first section, the second section of this reading, we're going to reshuffle the same deck and ask the second question, okay? So, what keeps this loop going for pile number 3? What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? Okay, so we have 2 cards. Beautiful. What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? Okay, for some reason, I do feel called to reshuffle this deck and ask the second question. I don't know why, so we'll see what happens. And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here. We have release, ruled by the crown chakra. Interesting. A very intense picture as well. Okay, so By the way, guys, there's really no set way on how I do this. I just allow source to guide me and I listen to how source wants me to do it. So it might feel like I have a system until you realize I really don't. You know what I mean? So just trust the way it's unraveling. This is all meant to be raw and organic and channeled in the moment. You know what I mean? As I prepare. So what keeps this loop going for pile number 3? One more shuffle. What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? Okay, now a second question. And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? Okay, so we have 2 cards coming through here. Then the last deck here. What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through. We have bear. All right. We're going to look at the booklet here for the meaning, like in the reading itself. And then for the final deck, we have my tarot deck. Okay, so remember I said the way I was doing it? Yeah, I lied, okay? I remember now the way I did it. So we're splitting it. We're going to shuffle for this question and shuffle for this question, okay? Same way. So what keeps this loop going for pile number 3? What keeps this loop going for pile number 3? Okay. We're gonna do blind shuffle so we can organically explore this in the reading itself. Okay. Now for the second question. And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? Why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? And why does pile number 3 stay in this loop? Okay. Did I drop any cards? Let me check. Okay, nope. So we have these cards. Beautiful. All right. Beautiful. Back of the deck energy here is the 8 of Wands. So that's interesting. And then not to mention, we do have one card that came out, right? Let me just check. Yeah. I feel like this might be a significator card for both of these questions, like just for the second section of this reading overall. So we're going to honor that. All right. So this is for the first question. We'll place that up here so we don't get them mixed. And then this is for the second question. Cool. In the second section. And then this is the significator card. Beautiful. All right. Now for the third section, we're going to be again exploring 2 separate questions. The first one being when this pattern starts to shift, and then secondly, and how it changes. How does it change, like maybe on the physical, the external, the internal, you know what I mean, in all different ways. So let's look at the first one, when this pattern starts to shift. And then in the reading itself, if we do feel called for it, we will use my Cosmic Tarot deck for clarifications for both of the questions, depending upon whether we need it or not, you know? All right. So when does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 3? When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 3? One more shuffle. When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 3? Allow the cards to follow it if they're meant to. When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 3. Okay, I'm going to honor that. It slipped. All right, we have 2 cards. Let's keep going. When does this pattern or loop start to shift for pile number 3? When does this loop / pattern start to shift for pile number 3? Okay, beautiful. We got 3. I think this is my deck called Angel Answers deck. So sometimes they're going to be time frames. Back of the deck wanted to come through. We have opportunity. Okay, beautiful. For my Wisdom of the Oracle deck. When does this pattern start to shift? Pile number 3. One more shuffle. When does this pattern start to shift for pile number 3? All right, so we didn't get anything, but back of the deck does want to come through. We have Clean It Up with the number 21. 2 and 1 adding to 3. So there's something here about taking action, but it's still an opportunity of some kind because, I don't know, it just feels like you can do it. I don't know. And then for my Enchanted Map deck, when does this pattern start to shift for pile number 3? When does this pattern / loop start to shift for pile number 3? Last shuffle. When does this pattern, sorry, I have my eyes closed, / loop start to shift for pile number 3? Nope. All right. Nothing wants to come out here, nor does a back of the deck energy want to come through. So may or may not, depending on what these cards have to say and how like straightforward they are. I'm probably going to get clarifications with the tarot, you know, for that section, but we're going to do that in the reading live, you know, in the video, that part itself. All right. Now for the second question within the third section, we're going to be using a different deck now, a couple different decks. We have my tea leaf cards for how it changes, my fortune teller cards, and yeah, we're gonna see that way. And again, like I said, Cosmic Tarot will be used on the side for clarifications if we need them. How does this pattern / shift change for pile number 3? How does it all change for pile number 3? And how does it all change for pile number 3? And how does it all change for pile number 3? Okay. So we got that one set up. And how does it all change for pile number 3? How does it all change for pile number 3? How does it all change for pile number 3? Oh, okay. Beautiful. So the ones that are facing up, I feel like they want to be together. The ones that are facing down want to be together. So I want to honor that. I'm just checking on the floor because there's one here that fell. Let me just make sure I'm not missing another. Okay, I don't think I see another one on the floor. All right, so we got that. And this last deck here. And how does it all change for pile number 3? And how does it, one more shuffle, it all change for pile number 3? Okay, nothing wanted to come through. Back of the deck, though, does. We have Journey with the number 10. Okay. Underneath it, though, Courthouse and Child. Interesting. Okay. So we got that all set up, my loves. And oh, wow, how intriguing is this? Look, it says bear, and there was bear there earlier. So there's some sort of mama bear energy here. Okay. All right. Now, for final messages from source, before we go into that, like I always do in your readings, my loves. I have 3 different sets of decks that I did feel called to take out. I don't know if you guys are going to get a card from each deck like I've been telling you since we started this pile preparation portion. But basically they're going to be like practical steps, things you can do for yourself when this reading is complete or in time after you listen to it, after you integrate everything that you gain from this reading, that can aid you in the process of getting out of this pattern, releasing the loop, you know? It could be journaling prompts, it could be literal exercises to help you build mental resilience and for your overall well-being, stress relief, you know? I don't really know what they're gonna be, but we're gonna shuffle them, you know, and see if there are any cards that are meant for you within each of these 3 decks, okay? All right. So, are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3? Allow them to come out. If there's any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. One more shuffle. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, nope. Okay. So, oh, we got, what, 2? I didn't even realize. And then we have one more that fell on the floor. Beautiful. Let's do the second one. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. Okay, we got 1 card coming out of this deck. For the final one, if there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, oh, one more shuffle, allow them to come out. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, allow them to come out, source. Okay. We didn't get anything in this deck, but we did get a lot, you know, of things. So that's beautiful, beautiful stuff. And then now for the final messages from source, as well as your higher self, whichever chooses to come through. We have my animal medicine deck. I love this deck. I love the book that comes with it. I love the stories that each of the animals, their medicine that they hold. So we're going to be shuffling that. You may or may not receive one. It's dependent upon if it is meant for you in this reading or not. You know, we're not going to force or control anything. We also have my healing light energy deck as well as my angel numbers deck. Okay, so we're just going to shuffle, see if anything here is meant for you. Okay, my loves? No trying to control the narrative or story or the setup for this reading for you guys. So are there any final messages for pile number 3 in this deck? Allow the card to come out if it is meant for them. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, source? Or their higher self, whichever chooses to come through. Allow the card to come out. One more shuffle. Okay, we got 1 card coming out. Now for the angel numbers. Are there any final messages in this deck meant for pile number 3? Allow the card to come out. All right, we didn't get any angel numbers. Let us see if you have an animal medicine card. Okay, sorry, I'm sighing a lot, trying to ground. My energy's kind of wacky today. So I'm really trying to do this with absolutely no upheaval, no uprootedness, as much groundedness as I can so I can be as clear as possible for you guys. All right, I'm going to Are there any final messages here for pile number 3? Allow a card to come out if it is meant for them. One more. Okay. How beautiful. You guys got 2 animal medicine cards, a butterfly and a mystery one. So that is amazing. We're going to be reading in the booklet within your reading to wrap it up, the animal medicine, like the story for each of the medicine of these animals. Honestly, it's so beautiful that you guys got 2. I think pile number 2 also received 2 animal medicine cards. So, you know, we're going to see if Source wants me to read straight through in the book, or if Source wants me to just gaze through and then skim and then kind of stop at random spots within the paragraphs when it tells the stories of these 2 animals. We'll see how it goes in the reading itself, okay, my loves? But I believe we are all set and prepared to dive into your reading now. So with that being said, my loves, take a moment to use the bathroom, do what you gotta do. These readings tend to come, be pretty lengthy, you know? You know the drill if you've been here before, and if not, ooh, welcome. So with that being said, I will meet you at the reading portion of this video, okay? See you there. Hello, my beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, believe this crystal, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it correctly, but I think it's called the Cavinsite. Cavinsite, I checked. Oh, look, I already ruined the surprise. Sorry, you have 2 significator cards. Surprise! Then you already know this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to why, like, what is keeping you stuck in the same loop? Like, why do you keep getting stuck in there? What is keeping you stuck? We're going to be exploring that, but we're going to be exploring that topic today by diving into a bunch of different little facets of that question, because it's a big question to unpack, you know what I mean? But yes, surprise, my loves, you guys got 2 significator cards. And these 2 significator cards, what I find really interesting about them is they're both really like blue. They have blue qualities to them. So there's something here about potential like throat chakra energy, upper chakra energy. And from a chakra psychology standpoint, I'm not looking at this from just a woo, like whoa, witchy perspective. I'm looking at this from a psychological standpoint in the sense of the upper chakras tend to have a lot to do with like external, like something to do with looking out and how you react to what's happening outside of you, or how the outside world makes you react. Like there's something here about external, there's something crazy that may have been going on that is really aggressively affecting you, which obviously makes sense because I feel like I just kind of described what a loop is. So, you know, I don't want you to think I'm just saying that and it's coming out of my booty. Nope, that is actually what the upper chakras have to do with, but in the sense of like maybe speaking up. There may be trouble speaking up about something. There could be trouble about letting yourself look at the truth behind something. And what's also really interesting too, I haven't shared this with any of the piles, but I did feel called to share it with you guys. So this is the collective's back of the deck energy, regardless of the pile that you ended up going towards within this reading. You guys all receive back of the deck energy of Shungite. So the Shungite statement is get real with your truth. And who needs it is anybody looking to get honest with themselves. Use it when it's time to reclaim your energy from wherever it's been and whomever it's been with. So there is something here I feel like aggressively tied to the Shungite energy for you guys. What's interesting too is as I was resetting and like using my sage and my Palo Santo, by the way, it is sustainably and ethically sourced, okay? Don't think that it isn't. I am very into that stuff. I know what goes on with sage. But what was I saying? My ADHD brain. Oh yes. For some reason, as I was preparing, cleansing the piles, cleansing the decks, cleansing the table, resetting all the energy, getting everything ready for you guys, I kept feeling like this reading was going to be extremely important for you guys. I didn't necessarily have this sense of emphasis, of significance, importance, like crucialness. I don't even think that's a word. I was going to say cruciality, but I don't even think that's a word either. So let's just pretend that I'm smart and I know what I'm saying. But regardless, hopefully you guys get what I mean by that. There's this feeling here of emphasis on this pile specifically. Out of all the piles I've done, this one has more significance. Maybe more people are going to select it. I don't necessarily know. As you listen through this reading, you know, I do want to give a trigger warning. I feel like whatever's going to be explored, it might be very hard to hear. I don't know. there's something here just to give you a heads up about, and I don't know what it is because we haven't explored it just yet, but it feels like Source wants me to give you guys a heads up, okay? So make sure that you are in a safe space to listen to this reading. I would recommend that you use like earbuds, AirPods, whatever you guys got, headphones, to listen to this, just so you can make sure that you're listening to it, no one else around you is eavesdropping, because there's going to be some personal things explored here that maybe are like shameful towards, like, for you, like maybe it's hard to hear. I don't know why the word shameful is coming through, but there's this idea of like embarrassment, shame. This isn't something you're proud of that you do, or like it just makes you feel small. Like when you think about it, when we whatever we are going to explore today, pile number 3, there's this idea here of someone like feeling really small and like cooped up, like you shrivel, you shrink, your shoulders hunch over, like you're trying to hide, you're trying to protect yourself. It's interesting. Very insecure, fragile, delicate. So I'm going to do my very best to deliver this exactly the way Source wants me to. I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I do try my best to keep it trauma-informed, but at the same time, I try not to overthink that stuff when I do readings specifically, because I do not want to filter anything out that is meant for you to hear the way it is meant to come through. Okay, my loves? So yeah, I could be very straightforward. I could be very blunt, could be very direct. I just wanted to give you guys that heads up again, okay? So now, got all of that out of the way. I just felt like I had to do it for you guys. Yes, so Cabin Sight, and I don't know what this one is. Kyanite. I did know what this one is, but I didn't know by the picture. Kyanite. Yes, I have blue kyanite, but it's not on my table. All right, so what Cabin Sight is, it's a calcium vanadium silicate. I don't know if I'm saying these words right. Its name is an acronym. Look for it, it's in there. Its vivid color is next level electric blue. The best Cabin Sight hails from India. It is a go-to stone for those looking to channel messages from on high or explore the possibilities of supernatural communication. Who needs it? Storytellers, soothsayers, healers, therapists, psychics. Where to put it? Wherever you translate inspiration into the written or spoken word, and when to use it. When it's time to speak clearly and straight from the heart. When you want to get weird, ask Cabin Sight to make you a conduit for messages mysterious and eternal. Expand your consciousness is the keyword for Cabin Sight. And then for Kyanite, the secondary significator card you have, it is blue kyanite forms in long striated columns. Its heady vibe makes it a mindful choice for the 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the afternoon meditation set. The people that need it are the perpetually restless. You put it on the bedside table, altar, or wherever you are looking to go deep. And you use it when you find yourself drowned out by that mental noise. Even the greatest thinkers need to be reminded, thoughts are thoughts, reality is reality. You can deal with it like an anxious chihuahua, or you can get down with kyanite and align to the moment with your calm and cool intact. Deepen your perspective. Oh, wow. Expand your consciousness, deepen your perspective. Those are kind of similar, right? So looking at the bigger picture here is going to be a big deal for you guys when it comes to this loop or pattern that you keep finding yourself stuck in. So for the first section of this reading, to just dive right into it, my loves, because we do got a lot to explore today, we're going to be looking at the loop / pattern you keep getting pulled back into, because I can't be telling you what's keeping you stuck in it if I don't even know what the loop or pattern is that you keep getting pulled back into, right? So to do that, we have 2 significator cards that wanted to come through. The rest of these cards are how we're going to be exploring it. And then we have 2 back of the deck energies. So before I reveal any of this, let us look at the back of the deck energies first. So we have my Citadel deck coming through for back of the deck and my Intuit Tarot. So first up, we have here summer solstice with pinnacle of success. And the timing here says a few weeks. Let go of control, celebrate life, have fun, and summer. So this is a really positive card. What's under it? We have the world in reverse, and it says seeking closure. That's ruled by Saturn, Taurus, Leo energy, Scorpio energy, Aquarius, fixed. Delays, lack of completion, stagnation, disappointment, taking shortcuts. Okay. Avoidance, a little bit of avoidance here. That's something that's coming through. And then the second back of the deck energy here we have is the Muse with generosity and naivety. This card really stood out to me when I saw this as the back of the deck when I was preparing your pile in the pile preparation portion of your reading. And the reason for that is the words generosity and naivety. It sucks that they have to go hand in hand, but it's so painfully accurate. And the reason why I say this, for some reason, when I looked at this card, it reminded me instantly of like oh my God, partly, what? That's not even a word. Partially, partly like my trauma. It reminded me of like who I was as a little girl growing up and who I am now. I tend to be extremely generous. I am a very generous person. I have a big heart. I always want to help people. But sometimes I'll overgive to the point where I'm abandoning myself in the process and not realize what I'm actually doing is like gonna be a disservice for me long term, or it's not contributing to like my long term goals or dreams or aspirations, you know, or my bigger picture. But in the moment, I get so focused on trying to make the other person feel better. Not make, but I want to be of support. You know, I want to show up. I want to be of service in some way to, you know, get to bring some light into their life. And sometimes we do it on a whim, on an instinctual level, but we don't realize how that can actually like backfire if we do it too much to ourselves, backfire on ourselves, backfire on our own personal goals. It's interesting, right? Generosity is a beautiful thing. The muse, right? A muse is a person that's inspiring, you know? They inspire the artist to create something wonderful, beautiful, bring something lovely into the world. But then the naivety aspect is like there I feel like there's some sort of in terms of this loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into pile number 3, there's this idea here of like still trying to be a kid in some way or still not wanting to accept a certain life lesson of some kind because you know that with accepting or through accepting that life lesson of some kind or reality or truth of some kind, it involves you having to shut something down or you think you need to shut something down about yourself or you're scared of losing a spark, you're scared of losing. There's something here about like there could be a really bad fear that is driving this action. You think that this is the only way to survive or show up in the world to for something. I don't know what this is, okay? But I'm very intrigued. And then I'm looking at these cups and it's reminding me of the Three of Cups. So the Three of Cups is fun, you know, it's lighthearted, it's playful energy. I'm also looking at the pomegranate and immediately in the cup here, and it's immediately making me think of the Empress in Major Arcana. Then the Fool card. Like, there's a lot of energy coming and radiating from this back of the deck energy. And same with the summer solstice. There's the most light in the days, right? In the summer solstice. And then slowly and slowly, the days get shorter, but it takes time. We don't really notice it during the summertime. Okay, just something that I felt called to share. For the significator cards, so we can continue putting things together. I'm just trying to make sure I have space for everything. All right. We have for your archetype card, Samaritan, with the light attributes being refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. Shadow attribute, exacting appreciation and recognition for the help you offer. Interesting. Oh, it's kind of refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. Okay, and then for the yin yang, you have decisions. To help or not to help, to show up or to not show up. Is there a people pleaser here? I don't know. Okay, so for the looper pattern you keep getting pulled back into, first up we have present, abundant, and gratitude. I'm actually going to place these here so we know. Right here. We know they're significator cards. I'm so sorry about my shadow stuff. I'm really trying my best to fix the lighting, guys, but this is honestly like the best that I can do right now. I'm still trying to figure out my setup for lighting, but I really appreciate your patience with me, my loves, okay? All right, next up, We have, for essential oil card, cleanse, with the essential oil being celery seed. Trigger statement, there is no answer. True statement, I am the answer. The aligned outcome for you is simple, but not necessarily easy. Commit your goals to heart each day and know every single action will take you closer to them. There's something really interesting here. And what I find fascinating is the fact that this card is a yellow, and I choose out like a little candle. You guys can't see the candle color, but it's yellow. I felt called to use a yellow candle for this reading today for you guys, pile number 3, and I didn't know why. But I also felt called to get my honey calcite crystal here. Look how beautiful she is. So it's like a lot of solar plexus energy, a lot of willpower wanting to come through, drive. Next up, we have messages and dreams. I think I'm getting, I think I'm actually having something come through in my mind. And then for the tarot cards, first up, you have the Seven of Swords upright. This is ruled by the moon and Aquarius. Not what it seems. Cowardly, false pretenses, carrying things away, sneaky betrayal, getting away, self-interest, strategic cheating, lying, mask. Next up, we have the Three of Wands in reverse. This is ruled by the Sun in Aries. Lack of foresight, restrictions, returning home, stalled, postponed, regression, inhibited, lack of progress, and thinking small. Thinking small. Wow, expand your consciousness, deepen your perspective. That's your significator, so that's interesting. And then for the final tarot card, you have Justice in reverse, ruled by Libra, and I believe this is Venus. Venus, yeah. Guilt and blame, karmic avoidance, unfair victimization, cancel culture, being shamed and blamed, retribution, imbalance. Oh, wow. Okay, I think I'm actually seeing what this is, and this is the number 11. You're doing this to yourself, pile number 3. This loop, this pattern you keep getting pulled back into, this is you feeling obligated to do it, like you think you have to do it. Right? And let's remember, we have the World in reverse. And then for a yin yang card, we have Ace, Water, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. And then lastly, we have the Rose Essential Oil with the keyword compassion. Trigger statement, I knew it. Yes, I am unlovable. True statement, I am love. Your heart is healing and expanding with love. Spend time showering yourself with that love and then share it with others. Wow. Okay, so this is a very straightforward looper pattern you keep getting pulled back into, pile number 3. I'm gonna move this here because now we have space to just dive into it, and I don't want the reflection to mess with you from the lighting. All right. When it comes to this looper pattern, you keep that, my words, you keep getting pulled back into, my love. It's a looper pattern that has to do with how much you show up. You constantly show up for people in a way where you're not checking in with yourself before you show up. And it leads to a lot of exhaustion behind the scenes that not a lot of people see, but you carry it. And the reason why you carry it is because there's this idea here of feeling obligated to, this is part of a punishment of some kind. You are a person that is extremely hard on yourself, my love, and it hurts my heart to hear this or just see it because I can genuinely feel it inside me. Right now, I'm sensing this energy of someone who is so flipping hard on themselves. The fact that we have the fixed sign energy here with the World in reverse, there's this idea here of I deserve this. I have to do it this way. And yeah, people pleasing, it's a people pleasing loop / pattern that you keep getting pulled back into. And this is where it gets interesting, right? Because with the Justice in reverse as well, before the Justice card, I even revealed it or knew it was here. When I was looking at these first cards, I had this, remember I said I had an idea brewing? It's interesting. It's I feel that there's a part of you that it feels right. It feels good. It feels correct, quote unquote, because I don't know what that, how you guys are going to interpret that word, but I'm hearing it feels correct how you do this. Like, it feels like correct of you. It feels, I guess, maybe aligned. It feels like you enjoy, like you genuinely enjoy helping others. But then there comes a point where you're overdoing it a little bit too much, but it's like, again, you feel like you can't help yourself. And I don't know if it's that you shame yourself for not showing up, or there's a person or people in your life that make you feel bad about it, or there is like an inner narrative that isn't you, and maybe it came from someone that raised you, and it keeps telling you in the back of your mind, like if you're trying to decide whether or not to show up for somebody or not, it's always there, and then it judges you. It criticizes you for even considering not doing it. And it calls you selfish if you put yourself first. There's this loop pattern here you keep getting pulled back into, where you feel like it's like you're destined to show up. Like if this didn't show up for you to help with a situation in some way, shape, or form, then like it wasn't meant to be. But because it showed up, it is meant to be, and you're meant to do something, and it's wrong of you if you don't, or if you hold back. Now there's another storyline that's also coming through. This is not going to resonate with everyone that chose this pile. I want to make that extremely clear. But for some of you, I don't know if you have gone through some sort of religious trauma. I don't know if you have gone through, or maybe you're reconnecting with religion. There's something here about like or how you were raised, like maybe just like beliefs, standards, rules, principles that you were raised on, like how to be a good human. And like being a good human or is to show up and be kind to those, or not be kind, but just, you know, if you see someone in need, like help them. There's something about over giving here, and there's a storyline that's being fed. And you keep getting pulled back into it because you feel like you're meant to do something to some capacity. It feels like you have to do it. And you get frustrated with yourself. You get so agitated and so frustrated with yourself because, okay, this is where it gets interesting. When we want to help others, pile number 3, and this is something I had to also heal for myself, like on my own, in my own past, in my own traumas. We are never meant to expect something in return. You know that you are overgiving beyond your capacity when you're helping, you're showing up, you're being your generous self to the point where you're now expecting or hoping in the back of your mind. You don't try to, but it's always there, that gnawing feeling of like, are they going to thank me? Are they going to return the favor? Are they going to notice me enough to be so grateful that I showed up? But when we help others, it needs to come from a place of never expecting anything in return. And if we feel that it's reached a point where we are hoping for something back, then it's because we're helping for the wrong reasons. We're helping because it's a trauma response, and we don't realize how much it's actually eating us alive. We're helping from a depleted state. And the things that we're trying to get from others, it's because we lack giving it to ourselves already. So it's like there's an unfair energy exchange going on here. And the loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into is feeling like no one cares about you as much as you care about them, or that you're not good enough. There's this idea of like I said, remember the shame aspect that I kept pulling or getting called towards at the beginning before we even dived into your whole reading itself or started it. I feel like showing up, being generous, having this big heart that you have, pile number 3, it's meant to show up in your life, but it's not meant to show up in the sense where it takes over your every being and you end up feeling brokenhearted, disappointed, or let down every time someone else can't show up in the way that you can show up for them. You can't hope for that all the time. And if you do, then it's because, one, you're looking in the wrong places to show up. And what I mean by that is you keep trying to get it from the same people. Or 2, you don't want to admit to yourself that sometimes people can't be like you. There's no one in the world that's going to be exactly like you. And one thing that I think is really a cool perspective to think about here, and I know that I'm kind of like getting off topic because this is the first section of your reading. We still have a lot more stuff to explore, but I do feel called to share this with you really quick, my loves, and I hope you appreciate when I go off. But there's this idea that my therapist she's now my mentor. So she's mentoring me to help me work with my one-on-one clients, which I think is such a beautiful thing. And I'm so flipping grateful for her that I have a therapist, a psychologist, a doctor that is helping me like learn how to hold space for certain people, certain people's conditions and stuff like that when I do my one-on-one trauma work. But okay, ADHD moment, sorry. Therapist. My therapist, she used to always tell me when I was dealing with this myself, sometimes there are people in this world that are extraordinary. You know the word extraordinary. If you split the word in half, it's extra and ordinary. And there's ordinary people and then there's extraordinary people. And you are an extraordinary person. That's what she would tell me. Maybe that can be like neurodivergence. Maybe there's this feeling of being misunderstood. I want you to apply this whole loop, this pattern you keep getting pulled back into your own personal story, my love, because it's kind of reminding me of that. Like, why can't people show up for me in the way that I show up for them? It's because that sometimes they're not meant to be that way, and we can't keep trying to make them that way or force them to look a certain way, because then we're doing it for self gain. There's some sort of selfish thing here, and we don't want to admit it. And this is where it gets hard because I know you're not trying to be selfish. Like, I remember when I was working through this wound for myself with my own therapist, and just in my own like inner healing process on my own, it was so hard. It was so triggering for me, the shadow work that came along with it, because the idea of wanting to think like, oh, I help people and I do it because I love to, you know, like this is my work. I love working one-on-one with people. But when it came to my personal life, I didn't realize how much it was leaking out, right? This need to be of service, this need to help and show up. And then that's where it gets uneven, because then if you're leaking it in all areas of your life, when I have it already in my career, how do those people know that I require some energy back? And it's how we set the stage in those connections, right? If we're constantly giving, 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 and we're not holding space for us to get something in return, or setting that ground line in the connection or the friendship or whatever it might be that doesn't have to do with work, right? We are going to constantly get disappointed. And we can't keep trying to cross our fingers and keep walking through the same door that keeps getting shut in our face and then expecting a different result. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. There's something here about that, like hope as well. All right. So I know that I went way past just this identifying the looper pattern, but I think there's a reason for that. Let us now move into the second portion of the reading. In the second section, we're diving into two separate questions, which is what keeps this loop going? So what is keeping it going? I feel like we kind of explained that a little bit, but maybe there's going to be even further confirmation with the cards that I did get for that part of the question. And then why you continue to stay in this loop / pattern. All right. So for the first section, we got a couple of cards here. We also got some back of the deck energies as well. So I'm just taking a look. Okay. What keeps this loop going and why you stay in it? The back of the deck energy, first up here, we have the Eight of Wands, and this is ruled by the root chakra. This is my Chakra Wisdom Tarot deck. Underneath it, we have the Five of Wands, ruled by the throat chakra. Yeah, things just keep on moving. And what's interesting to me, what's intriguing me a lot here, actually, is the idea of like life just keeps moving and going on, and it feels like you literally in real time, in the moment. That's the hard part for you. The hard part for you is to catch it before it unravels and escalates and gets worse, because it starts to feel like an itch that you can't reach or scratch, and it's just building and building the temptation. It's killing you inside, you know, in those moments. So it's like you're trying to learn as you go throughout life, but that's why it gets so hard. That's another thing coming through. And then for other back of the deck energies, we have, this is for the second section overall. We have the Bear with the number 15 here, the 10 of Cloves, and this is for my Malefic Lenormand deck. We're going to have to read the booklet for this. And then for the final back of the deck energy, we have Release, ruled by the Crown Chakra. And look at the intensity of this card. Underneath it, we have Balance, ruled by the Third Eye Chakra. So balance, justice in reverse, right? All right, so I'm going to place that here. And you are like a bright light for others. I want to make that clear. You are the biggest sweetheart, pal number 3. People adore you. People are so grateful for you, but it's hurting you. It's hurting you inside. All right, so what keeps this loop going? I am going to actually move these cards to the side so I can see them, but you guys won't be able to. That way we have space to continue exploring everything. All right. You just feel like you're obligated to. That's another thing that's coming through. Like there's this idea of just like you feel obligated to in the moment. It's like so hard to think about like the bigger picture, like, oh, like what's gonna happen if I agree to this, you know? And it really sucks because it's like everything just shuts down and you just do the thing that feels like a survival mechanism. Like you're doing it for something. Pile number 3. There's something you're trying to fulfill inside you. But that's why it could be coming from a wounded ego rather than from a place of true unconditional love and acceptance of whether you receive it back or not, the same energy in return back or not. We got to be careful with those things, you know? We should never expect anything in return when we are giving if it's coming from a true place of love. All right, so. All right. Before we do this, let's look at the Malefique. Actually, we'll do that after. We'll do this first. So for the first section, like I said, we're looking at what's keeping this loop going. First up, for my Whispers of Why new deck I just got, to help you find your inner strength. Forgiveness ruled by the the third eye chakra. Oops, this came out. There's a reason for it. We have the number 10 with scythe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word correctly. Scythe. And we also have tarot here. And then lastly, we have because you need to focus on yourself. Because you need to focus on yourself. So again, this idea of ego, self-preservation. There might be a fear of rejection. There's a fear of putting your foot down. There's a fear of saying no. There's a fear of lessening how much you give because what happens when you set the boundary? Okay, let's look at the tarot and then we're going to look at the meanings of these two Malefique cards. So first up, we have the High Priestess. And interesting, it's ruled by the solar plexus chakra. Or is this the sacral chakra? I can't tell. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that this is... Let me make sure. Yeah, this is the solar plexus chakra. Okay. The Emperor, ruled by the throat chakra. The Queen of Cups with third eye chakra. Wait, is it? Yeah, third eye chakra. And then lastly, the Lover's card ruled by the crown chakra. So again, it goes back to this idea of decisions. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to leave this here so we have that as your reminder so you keep in mind. All right. So let's look at the meaning of the bear as well as, wow, you got 10, 10, 2 10s. So the number 10 is of significance here for you, pile number 3. And 10s are about an ending, but also a beginning. The World's card is kind of a 10 energy, right? I'm hearing what goes up must come down. I don't know what that means. Okay, so bear and scythe. For bear, for back of the deck energy, we have power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory or family. What's underneath bear? We have crossroads with the number 22. Let me just see what that means. choices, a need for making a decision, absence of right choice, difficult decisions, traveling. You genuinely cannot, for the life of you, like, you can't help yourself when it comes to showing up for those you care about. You just have the biggest flipping heart, pile number 3. See, this is where I can resonate with you, and I think I know why my trauma kind of kept getting, like, I was getting like these flashback moments of it, and, or part of it, you know? Were you gaslit at a young age to think that this is what you have to do to be loved, accepted, seen, appreciated, honored, respected, valued? That's a big one. Important. And then for Scythe, it says sharpness, abruptness, quick decisions, desperate actions, danger, payback, vengeance. Desperate actions, decisions. So this is where it gets interesting, because to help you find your inner strength, that reminds me of the powerful energy of the bear, right? This is a pattern that you're stuck in and you keep getting pulled back into, because the thing that keeps this loop going is a divinely led thing. And I know this is where it's going to sound kind of counterintuitive and it might piss you off and some of you guys might get triggered, but there's this idea here that, like, you need to keep learning. You need to learn your lesson here. There's something here about, like, it feels like your guide or whatever's coming through. It's like a parental figure energy. Some of you guys, this is not going to resonate with everybody, but there's this idea of, like, maybe like somebody that raised you or was like an authority figure of some kind growing up and they passed away. Like, they're also looking at you right now. Or whatever felt like safety to you growing up that could have passed. It could have been a pet. I don't know what this is. It doesn't have to be a family member, but it's someone that, I don't know. Okay. It might not resonate with everybody, but that's just something coming through, but they're here. If not, it could just be a guide that feels like a parental figure and they've been here since you were raised growing up or something. And they saw how you got brainwashed of some kind. They saw how you got led off path of some kind, led astray of some kind. And now I'm looking at this card, and I never read the story of this chakra wisdom card, and I didn't bring my book out for this one because I wanted to use my intuition for this, using this this deck today for this reading. But I never noticed that there are faces in the background. And they're just watching this little child be held by the rhino. There's illusion here. I don't know why this feels like a heavy energy rather than a positive healing one. What keeps this loop going is this need for safety, this need for self-preservation. You're not, like, letting it go because you feel like there will be danger if you did. Like, there would, like, not your life would be in danger, but I don't know if your brain is, like, really stuck in survival mode and it's kind of putting, like, this ping in your mind that, like, if you, like, making you think, like, what would happen if you just stopped giving, or showing up, and you equaled out the playing field in a way, like you only gave what you got from a certain person. There's this really bad, like, trigger that happens internally inside you, like a ping of, like, oh my god, like, if that happens, like, I don't know what's gonna happen, this and that, oh my god, like, chaos, destruction, failure, ending. Like, there's something here about, like, you know what I mean? And it's self-preservation. This is like a survival thing. It's not real. If you think you pull back, you lose something. So you keep telling yourself that this is just who you are and you just have to accept this or something. And it hurts me, you know? It really, I feel called to cut the deck. Seven of Swords, yeah, it hurts me because you're really identifying strongly with this idea, because this is ruled by the crown chakra, of, like, this is what I have to do. Like, this is what it takes. There's this idea of you being like, okay, this is where you guys might get triggered. Like, you might feel like you're above people. Like, when you show up the way you do, because of the amount that you're constantly giving, the energy you're constantly giving away, you feel like you're entitled to get that back, And when it doesn't happen, it like pisses you the F off because you're such a great person and you know that you could be a great lover, you could be a great friend, you could be a great this and that for everyone. But then like when they try to do it for you, you get really frustrated. And that needs to be released. But what keeps this loop going is this idea that this is what I have to do. I have a big heart. I love doing this. But it's bittersweet because do you actually do it because it's coming from unconditional love? You have no expectations of getting anything in return, or are you doing it because you're trying to show people how great of a person you are and that they should never leave you? Because then that's coming from fear of abandonment, because then that's coming from fear of rejection. It's really, I was going to say this earlier, but I kind of stopped myself, but I'm going to say it now because it feels like it needs to come through. But this is very manipulative energy, and I don't think that you mean to do it at all, my love. I want to make this very clear. In my past, like when I was not in a healed state and I was stuck in my illusions and I was stuck in my trauma and the stories and I had a lost sense of self, I was an extremely manipulative person. And I'm talking like when I was like a teenager. 17, 18, I 16, 15, very, very manipulative. And I never tried to. I feel like the manipulation only came out when I was super, super, so desperate. Pile number 3. I just felt so scared and terrified and desperate. And that is the only time the manipulation would shine through. And I hated myself when I would do it. And I don't like to use that word. But, I was always raised to believe that hate is too strong of a word. We should never say it. But the feeling of guilt that I would carry on my back, I love to make others happy. It makes me happy to see others smile, to know that I get to make someone laugh or, bring some light to their day. It makes my heart warm. But, the idea of someone leaving the second I show my truth or how I really feel, it terrified the bejesus out of me. And I would use everything I've done for them as a reason for them not to leave me. Like I would never try to be manipulative, but when you are in your most desperate moments, sometimes that side of you comes out and we don't realize that it's the shadow self driving the car of our human experience in that moment. And it did for me. Multiple times it would show up like a powerful leader. Very assertive, not scared to say it like it is. Domineering in a way, controlling in a way. Not controlling, but controlling through the manipulation. And I knew how to play those games. And I didn't try to. It was just there for me to take and grab. But then the healing, that's what really helped release it. But it all came from self-preservation. And that you already have a lot of strength. You have a lot of courage. You are a strong character, pile number 3. I want to make that clear. Like, you can become the main character of your life, but you need to be proud of it. And in a way, maybe some of you guys do feel like you are in your main character energy. And it's hard to find others that embody their own. And it frustrates you when the only people that you can find that embody main character energy are only caring about themselves and they don't care about you as much as you care about them. And then you just feel like no one can match your level. Like, there's this idea of like being better than everyone, but it's not your fault. And I see, like, I know these things are going to sting. I know these things are going to be hard to hear. I now understand why Source wanted me to do that warning at the beginning of the reading, because I would probably want to shut off my phone and stop listening. No, I probably wouldn't. I probably would keep listening, but just start crying or want to cuss off the reader. But at the same time, be so grateful that they're calling me out. I don't know. You guys are probably having a lot of emotions. But this is the biggest thing that keeps this loop going. And it's like in the midst of the moment, you feel like you can't help yourself but do it. And you keep letting it happen. You keep releasing and forgiving the idea that I let it go. I'll just keep giving and giving and giving. There could be people in your life that you have constantly been giving chances to show up a certain way, but you never really expressed what you needed. That's another thing that's coming through. Like, there was a lack of fully expressing what you needed from them, but you would just constantly show them what you do for them. Does that make sense? That's another thing coming through. Regardless, though, you're in this indecisive mode. I feel like a part of you really wants to let this go, but why you stay in it, we're going to be seeing now. So we're going to be getting the next set of cards for why you stay in it. This is the second portion of the second section, the second question in the second section. So why you stay in it, let us see. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to, I'm going to confuse you guys if I do this. So I'm going to move these cards out of the way. I'm gonna move it somewhere that I can see. All right, you guys just won't be able to see it. My bad, my loves. Let's put it right here. Okay. Oh, and this was a significator card for the second section. We have the Two of Wands, and it's ruled by the sacral chakra. So sacral chakra, the wounded version of it is guilt. The wounded version of solar plexus is shame. The wounded version of the root chakra is fear. The Two of Wands coming through, the fact that it's ruled by the sacral chakra, there is a lot of trauma that does feed this cycle and this loop, like very, very heavily. Some of you guys may have felt like, or you guys may have been like the middle child or the older child growing up if you had siblings, or just feeling like very neglected, or like you always had to show up a certain way. Maybe reputation was a big deal. Like, in order to feel valued of some kind, you had to do stuff. And if you didn't, then you weren't valued, or you felt like people didn't appreciate you, or, you know, this was the only way you were able to gain love in the past growing up. Okay, so why you stay in it? Oh, these are two shadow work cards. First up, we have complacency, ruled by the root chakra. Complacency. My heart hurts. Oh, look at the picture. I know this feeling, guys. I know this feeling too dang well. And vanity, ruled by the throat chakra. You're not trying to be. I want to make that extremely clear, okay? These things are shadows. And I want to tear up. Please do not think that what we are talking about is calling you a narcissist, okay? I don't know why if some of you guys are doing that. I have done that to myself. You just have wounds. Everyone is a little selfish. Everyone can be a narcissist sometimes. I think we use that word too freely sometimes as well. You have been trying to survive and you didn't realize how strong of a hold these things had on you, whether it was the fear of rejection, fear of abandonment, or something of that nature. And it was leaking, it was showing up in different areas of your life. And this loop or pattern you keep getting pulled back into just happened to be one of the things that it was leaking through and projecting itself as. Let's keep going. Why you stay in it. For a tarot card, we have the Three of Cups ruled by the solar plexus. Remember I was talking about Three of Cups energy. I like how this is starting with solar plexus again. We also have the heart chakra with the star card. And then lastly, the strength ruled by sacral chakra. For the two shadow cards, why you stay in it? We have shame. I was talking about that so much. Embrace your flaws. They are part of your unique story. And then the subwords at the bottom, I don't know if you guys can read it, it's really dark. It says humiliation, disgrace, and embarrassment. Lastly, we have distrust. Faith in oneself can rebuild trust in others. Suspicion, doubt, mistrust. You stay in it because you feel like you really don't. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why you stay in it, pile number 3. But I'm just going to go at it. I'm going to have at it. I'm going to let source come through. It's going to feel really hard to hear. Okay, my loves, just know, like I said, everything that I share in my readings are coming from a place of so dang much unconditional flipping love, okay? I am a mirror. We are all mirrors of each other. I see a version of myself in this reading. I am not judging you. You are not being condemned for this. Okay? You are the one doing this to yourself. If you're being really hard on yourself right now for any of the things that are coming through, my love, in this reading, you don't have to be, because what matters is that you are here now. This reading has found you at this time in your life for a reason. And there's a reason why these things are being revealed at this time. Things don't happen the way that we want them to sometimes because life is trying to protect us. We can't control the narrative in certain areas as much as we want to. There's a reason why this is coming up now. Just know that nothing I'm saying is meant to make you feel terrible. I see myself in you. I see old versions of me, and I know how this stuff feels, and I understand this very, very well. So just know that I have a lot of love to give, and I'm going to be sharing this with a lot of love. All right. You stay in this because you feel like you have to. You feel like, I don't know, it's weird. You guys are a group of people that self-punish yourselves a lot. I guess the word, like I said, condemn, you guys are very good at like punishing yourselves. You hyper criticize yourself. If you make a slip up, you are right on your booty about it. And people don't see that side, they don't notice it. But because you're so hard on, this is where it might get kind of confusing, so really listen to what I'm about to say. Because you are so hard on yourself, pile number 3, it feeds the survival mechanism within. It feeds the need to be in surviving state rather than living. Okay, so you're surviving life rather than living life. And as you continue to be super hard on yourself on the inside, be your own worst critic, do these things that make you just punish yourself all the dang time, it increases the need to survive. When we feel this desire to increase our need of surviving, we focus more on self-preservation, but it's all a subconscious, unintentional thing. We don't realize that this is what's happening. And that's what creates a really bad loop cycle. And it's that very thing that actually leads to self-sabotaging tendencies, you know? This is a form of self-sabotage that you're doing to yourself because of the self-punishment that you already do within you. The vanity, it's a hoax, you know, it's a mask. It's a performing act in hiding how you really feel about yourself. The need to give is coming from a very, very wounded place because you do have such a big heart, but I don't think you give yourself any love. And so you're trying to get it in any means and ways possible. And that's a form of self-preservation. And so it leads you to constantly giving, and you stay in this because you want to believe that as long as you keep trying to show up and be the best human and do all the things, be the best this, be the best that for everyone, or in certain types of people, for different people, that you're gonna get something. You're gonna this is just you. I don't know what it is. It doesn't feel like you're trying to gain something, but at the same time you're trying to show people how good of a person you are. But it's like, you don't need to perform who you are. You don't need to fake your truth to get accepted, to get love, to receive it, earn it. You feel like you need to earn love instead of just receive it.